Welcome to the Foul Play YouTube channel.
Greetings, everyone. Sorry about the little delay there. I apologize. Couldn't get to the unmute button. Welcome to Open Mic number 82. And this evening, this morning, depending on where you are, this afternoon, we're going to be covering the third PCR motion, part two. We're going to pick up where we left off the other night. I wanted to go ahead and get this done and not wait until the weekend. And tonight, just everybody was available, so I thought we could spend a little time, continue to go through with it. It's still being talked about heavily and on social media, various platforms, Reddit and Twitter and so forth. So I thought we would go ahead and get it finished up. And with a few other things that have come to light here in the last couple of days that we'll talk about a little bit later. But first I'd like to give everyone on the panel here a chance to say hello. Why I'm getting this weird error message on YouTube. Maybe that'll pop out here in a minute. Give everybody here in Discord a chance to say hello, get voices recognized, because we'll be doing a little bit more reading, same as we did the last time. We'll read a little bit and then we'll discuss, because this is a more detailed look at the PCR. I think it's a really good way to really point out exactly what Kathleen Zellner is trying to do. So anyway, Alice, how are you today?
Hi Jack, hi everyone on panel, hi everyone in chat. It's lovely to see everybody in there. Yeah, doing okay, Jack. Doing good, thanks. But that's the end of our heat wave for now, so it's getting a bit cooler than that here, which is good.
It's absolutely good. That's excellent. And then Cherie, how you doing today?
I'm doing well. Hi everybody, welcome.
And Susan, Susan.
Hey now. Hi everybody. Glad you all can make it.
Just Rhonda.
Oh, hi. Hi everyone. It's good to be here and good to dig into more of this PCR business and get some more ideas, suggestions, theories, speculation, all of the above, and should be good. Hot and humid.
I'm not sure that Neverly can answer if she's at work, but if she can, hi Neverly.
Hello, everybody. Yes, Neverly is at work, but I'm hiding in the closet. I'm kidding. No, I'm not at my desk. And yeah, it's great to be here. I'll be mostly listening. Thank you for having me.
Awesome. And Sauerkraut, thanks for coming, man.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, everyone. Let's continue to make the state look stupid. And Neverly, you really should come out of the closet.
I was just waiting for that.
That's a good one. Yes, thank you.
And Doc, welcome back again.
Oh, no. Thank you for welcoming me back. It's great to be part of the team. I'd like to say a big thank you to everyone on the panel and a super thank you for everyone in chat. It's really good to be here. And it's not that I'm addicted or anything like that. That's just a vicious rumor.
Absolutely. Yeah, none of us are addicted. Well, let's see who's joined us. People have been filtering in as we've been talking a little bit, and see who we got in chat. Let's say hi to them. And that's Rhonda SD, and thanks for coming. Sherilyn Pantello. Yes, we'll get going just here momentarily, I promise. And then we've got Ice Coffee. There's Brother Yours. Late for him. Hey, you can pop in chat for a little Discord if you want. If you go to sleep, we promise if you start snoring, we would never record you. We would never do that.
No, we won't, because we have a hard time recording anything.
Oh boy, I'm not touching that one. No, I'm not. No.
Oops, did I say that out loud? I'm so sorry.
But we like those big red buttons. I know that.
Yep.
And Pete Moss, hello. Nan's Life, thanks for coming.
We've got
Kit,
Ian
Kit,
Ross.
Kit the cat. Yeah, Ian Ross. Kit the cat.
Ronald D.
Oh, yep. There's Ronald, and there's the lovely, really lovely Dark South. Always good.
Jazz
And
We have
Mass.
Jazz Naz as
Yes,
well.
ma'am.
Yep. Jazz and Galataki.
Iced Coffee says that I'm a girl after her own heart because she can't go. Are you a she? Is Iced Coffee a she? I'm so sorry. It's so hard to tell. But Iced Coffee says they can't go a day without one. So boom, in your face, Jack.
And of course,
A she,
Andy B.
yes. Okay, thank you.
Andy B. Anthony D. All right, guys. Hopefully, I haven't missed anyone.
Oh, we got you, Andy B. Don't you worry.
There we go.
Nan's Life. Did you mention Nan's Life?
I did.
Yeah.
I did. And there's Cher.
Disco.
Hey, there's lovely Cher and Disco. Yep. Hey, Disco. And I also guess you saw that on Twitter that Damn the Musical got another big accolades.
Yes. 5-star reviews this time. They got
Awesome.
it is absolutely fantastic. I know Minnie Mam was going to see it the other night there, but I haven't heard anything from her yet to find out what she thought of it. And we have our Diane, Little Misty, going on Sunday to see it. And the reviews have been absolutely fantastic, and I can't be more chuffed for the crew and the guys and Phil himself. You know, it was a bit of a gamble, if you'd like, putting on a musical that for something so serious.
In this genre, absolutely.
Yeah. Putting it on and because the cases are so serious and the guys are still in jail, but they have done it fantastically. And I mean, one of the guys had put up a tweet yesterday, I think it was yesterday or the day before, and he was like, have you been to see the show yet? If so, describe it in 3 words. And I couldn't describe it in 3 words. So I did 4 words. I think I did respectful, heartwarming, funny, and dignified. And I was like, sorry, couldn't do it in 3. So here's 4, lol. And he sent a thank you back, you know, because I just couldn't do it in 3 words, Jack, because of how much effort the guys have put into it.
Sure.
And people have took it in. They've went to see it. Ones that haven't even seen the documentary are now going to go home and watch the documentary to catch up with everything, you know. So it's all good, which is fantastic.
Right. Yep.
Has any thought been given to like crowdfunding to get some tickets for Colburn and Uyghur?
Getting some airfare.
I'm sure we can manage it, Sapper. I'm sure that we can manage that if it tours.
Well, Uyghur's retiring, you know, if it's still playing, though. He's going to be retiring here for too long. Hey, TTM Fangirl, look at there. Foul play obsessed. Thank you so much. And yes, Shane Henry, thanks for coming. I did see you there while Alice was talking. Thanks for coming. Appreciate it. Okay. Any announcements?
Can I just make a super quick comment about that play? I think it was Uriz who put a little clip involving someone who did the Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey case to the tune of Bohemian Rhapsody. And it was done like 6 years ago, and it was brilliant.
Yeah.
It sort of did it in a real mocking fashion and manner. And it goes to show it doesn't really matter what approach you use. At least you're keeping the cases in the public light. You're drawing attention. You're still drawing attention to those cases. And I think that's really great. And hey, people try different mediums to do it, and it's clearly working. And it's great that Alice thought it was a really brilliant production. That's fantastic.
Absolutely. Yep, I've seen that before. That was really cool. Okay, is there any? Hey, we got Brandy McLean, I'll play lover. Hey, thanks so much for the support. Really appreciate that. Really do. All the the money we get goes towards open records and court documents. Actually, I just sent off another lengthy, you guys know it, open records request to CASO. It's got 25 items on it. Hopefully I'll get them all. I don't know why I wouldn't. Maybe a couple they'll deny, but I'm going to try to get them anyway. And then I've got a couple in at Manitowoc and 3 in at the DCI, or 4, maybe 4. I've lost track. At least 3, though. As everyone knows, DCI has pretty much a blanket denial on anything Avery related, which is ridiculous, but I'm still going to ask for it anyway. So, okay, let's get rolling here. And, to kind of just a very quick recap. Oh, Doc, is there any announcements that we need to make before we get rolling here? Anything you want to say?
Well, there are a couple of developments. It's great to see Neverly back, and Neverly and I have been working on a new podcast series, and hopefully it's going to start my Sunday, so we're going to be starting again in the normal Reading with Uncle Ken time slot, if you can all join us. And Neverly came up with a really good idea, and that is that we're going to be reading and analysing passages from Farak's book, The Wrecking Crew. And so we've cleverly titled the series Reading with the Crew, right? And it's really amazing that some of the chapters in Farak's book are incredibly relevant to the readings that we're doing today.
Absolutely.
And I just want to thank Neverly for a great idea, and I'm looking forward to starting up the podcast again.
Absolutely. Good. I kind of thought you might wanted to. We did talk about it prior to the live, but I thought you might want to get that out there. Hey, I see that we've got a couple more that's joined us. JD, thanks for coming. So, okay.
If I could just say something, those podcasts are going to be on American Saturday.
Yes.
Wherever in the America you are is going to be on a Saturday, and then you will be notified like when, and you calculate your own time.
Right. If you sub to the Foul Play channel, you'll get the notification. 5 p.m. Central, which you can work out the time frame. Where you're at in America, and of course it's early for Doc. It's later for the Europeans, so that's kind of where we are, stuck in the middle. So yeah, 5 p.m. Central on Saturdays in the U.S.
Thank you, Jack.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
we want to know if we're starting that this Saturday.
Are we starting Saturday, guys? We are, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
Okay,
It'll be a big test, of course, because we've never done something like this previously. But I think it'll be fun. There's a lot of excellent people, of course, on the panel and in chat. We're going to make it as interactive as possible, and hopefully it will evolve. And I believe that Neverly wants to, after we do Farak's book, we're going to probably head over and start looking at Greaseback as well. So it's all coming together quite nicely.
Yeah. I think it'll be a good thing.
The more we know.
Absolutely. I think it'll be a good thing. A detailed look at what a lot of these really knowledgeable people have put out. I think is always good. And hey, there's the lovely Colette M. Thanks for coming. Another one. People still filtering in. Anyway, let's get going. So
just a quick shout out, Jack. That thanks to everybody that supported the channel and everything like that. Just in time for our birthday tomorrow, we have our 2,000 subscribers. So thank you to each and every one of you for subscribing and coming and listening to us do what we do. We couldn't do it without you. So a big shout out to all you subscribers. Thank you very much indeed.
Absolutely. Doc and Zoe and of course BB, she can't be here. they started this thing, back in 2019. It's coming up on 3 years. And Zoe was just absolutely floored when we hit the 2000 earlier. She was just, so as Al said, a huge thanks. We just try to put out as much factual stuff as we can get. We do speculate, unionize, and theorize, but that drives other things too. That helps us, get at the truth, which is our goal. It doesn't matter where it's going to go. That's where we're going to drive whatever's in front of us as best we can. We're not going to put out a lot of stuff that we're not going to put out anything that we can't link something to. I don't like doing that because it leads us down roads that we can't ever really get out of. Too many rabbit holes. Anyway, so thank you, Alice, for reminding me to say that. So anyway,
Jack.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you had something to say, Doc. Okay.
Me? No, I just wanted to quickly say, and a big thank you to all of our supporters for coming on us on this great big journey. But I also want to thank everyone here on the panel, and also our founders. When we first started this, we had 0 subscribers, and it really is through the hard effort of everyone here. We do it for the passion, for the love, and also to see justice done for both Brendan, Stephen, and also Teresa as well. And it's something that we're all passionate about. We also do other cases as well. And I'm really glad to have everyone here on the panel, a fantastic group. I'd rather be nowhere else, It's awesome. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, Doc. It's we're not lawmakers, we're not legislators, there's only limited amount that we can do, but if what we can do can help Kathleen Zellner, to help Stephen, and even from that leading ... over to Brendan, that's what we can do. We can make that effort. And I'm definitely passionate enough and still fired up enough after all this time to continue to do so. Absolutely. All right.
Jack, may I just want to give a shout out to Stacy Seabrook. He's been
Absolutely.
putting up a couple of behind the tunes lately videos, but I went back today and listened to all of his songs based on Making a Murder. The guy is just a lyrical genius.
Isn't he?
Yeah, and what a fantastic way to bring light to the case. If anybody out there is not familiar with his music, I think his YouTube is just Stacy Seabrook.
We'll get one of you guys one of you mods can grab his YouTube link.
Put a link in there.
Yeah, and
but yeah,
absolutely, he's fantastic. See, he's such a strong supporter. I did watch one the other day that he put out that he talked about, stuff going on, his thoughts and stuff. It was really good. Put up some photos and different things.
Yeah, and the Barnes Studio versions are also, he's got some great videos that go along with the song. So anyway, I just wanted to give him a shout out. Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Love Stacy. He's such a good guy. Okay. So as everybody knows, we went through, we're up to number 70. It's page 23 and the document is linked. The audio is linked to this new audio, this new call. Again, it's a little over a minute long, but it is what it is, And just reading through much of this, we dissected it pretty good. I think we got a really good handle on what we got to the other night. We were getting pretty long, so I decided to call it. And of course, I didn't want us to be there all night, and I just felt like it was better to split it. So this is where we ended up at number 70. So we're going to do the same thing we did the other night. I'm going to have the ladies help me read. There's not too many more left, but we still have there's the exhibits to check out, and we can take a closer look at them. Not a microscope, because some of it with the Swinsky the affidavit we've had for over a year, so or right at a year, actually over a year. And so, given that, I think we've done a really good job of dissecting this. So let's go ahead and get started with number 70. Susan, do you want to start us off, and we'll get through maybe one or two of these, and we're talking in this section here. It was where we're talking about Bobby, and she's really putting the hammer to him as far as her Denny suspect. Keep in mind, this is as a Denny suspect, okay? And this is what she's trying to prove and get across to the court. He should have been a Denny, and the defense was not allowed, did not have what she has now to prove all prongs of the Denny, and we'll get more into that. Susan, can you read some?
You bet. Number 70. Further evidence of Bobby's dishonesty. Bobby never reported to law enforcement the alleged statement Mr. Avery said to Bobby and Osmondson about whether they wanted to help him get rid of a body. Combined reports, re-interviews of Bobby Dassey. This was a major issue at trial. Trial defense counsel moved for a mistrial, pointing out that they had never been apprised of Bobby's new claim. During Bobby's direct examination, Prosecutor Kratz asked Bobby, "Now, Bobby, on the 3rd of November, that would be Thursday, I believe, do you recall having a conversation with your Uncle Stephen regarding a body?" And Bobby responded, "Yes." On cross-examination, Bobby testified that Mr. Avery stated this remark about getting rid of a body in jest on November 3, 2005, when he and Osmondson were in his garage. However, Osmondson told law enforcement that Mr. Avery made such a statement to them on Thursday, November 10, 2005, the only time Osmondson was at the Dassey residence between October 31 and November 11, when he and Bobby were inside the Dassey garage and Mr. Avery came over. This claim is unequivocally false, since Mr. Avery was arrested on November 9, 2005. Number 71. Remarkably, Osmondson stated to law enforcement that he first learned about the missing girl on Tuesday, November 1, 2005, when Ms. Halbach had not yet.
Go read the rest of it.
When Ms. Halbach had not yet been reported missing.
Yeah, let's pause right there, because I think this is an important part. And she's right about how all that went down at trial was a disaster. It was an absolute disaster. Anyone that's watched Making a Murder remembers this. Anyone that's read the trial transcripts knows that Beauty and String were wrung out to hell and back over this statement. They didn't have any reports or anything of this nature. They were really caught unawares. And of course, Kratz's answer was, if you guys remember, well, I always interview my witnesses prior to blah, blah, blah. Who wants to go first?
I can make a quick comment. It's sort of like there's a couple of issues here. It sort of begs the question, how did this conversation actually start in the first place, right? In other words, how did Mr. Kratz find out about Mike Osmondson and that comment about getting rid of a body, right? So clearly, Mr. Kratz and the team were talking to Bobby Dassey. And out of the blue, isn't it remarkable how Mr. Kratz in the court brings up Mike Osmondson only to solicit that comment from him, right? And of course, Strang and Buting had no prior knowledge or idea about Mike Osmondson's comment. That was a real risky thing for Mr. Kratz to do, and potentially could have had the entire trial thrown out as a mistrial.
Absolutely. They wanted a mistrial.
Correct. But sorry, Jack 61, but it's rather amazing that you would risk your star witness doing a stunt like that.
I think that just kind of, in my view, it kind of shows Kraft's arrogance and how he really ran that courtroom. That's just me. But all right.
Here's something else to think about: is if there happened to had been a mistrial, what does that do to Stephen Avery? Think about the money aspect.
Yeah, he would have had to. I mean, I'm sure Buting Strain would pull back and short of some other high-powered attorney taking the case pro bono, he would have been stuck with a public defender again because he was out of money.
Yep.
He was done.
So there's nothing to say that maybe at that point Kratz wasn't kind of hoping for a mistrial.
That's true. That I never really thought about that. But that was an aspect that maybe he was. He was just throwing a line out there and seeing what he could get. I do think Dr. Dawson, it was just risky as hell because they blowed everybody away. And you can read that when you read the trial transcripts. It's even to me, it's more impactful than watching it on in the series. It is bad. And then of course the press conference.
Sherilyn's got a question, Jack. She says, does Stephen admit to being in the garage with them on the 3rd with the deer? I forgot.
I think he did. I can't remember.
Well,
that whole deer thing is so confusing.
Yeah, yes, it is. And yeah, you're correct. That's the whole deer, whether it was one deer or two, I think is very, very central to this case.
Yeah, and if I'm remembering right, there's so much crap, man. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm probably going to get this wrong, but wasn't it the 4th? Wasn't it the 4th that Barb seen that person hit that deer and she called Bobby, not the 3rd? Wasn't it the 4th?
That's what I thought.
Yes, there's some confusion. And I know that in the trial testimony that Bobby actually does mention the deer and the fact that he said he saw the deer being hit, right, very close to his home. And he's got a document in which he had to go, I think, to a petrol station or a gas station to get a signature on every time you claim a deer. Yeah, that's it. You have to
tag.
You have to call it in. But that deer incident or incidents, I'm not 100% sure whether there was one or two deer. It is very, very central to this case. And if I could just make a quick comment, Jack 61, I found a DCI report where the investigators spoke with Tom Yunder, right? And he was there on the Avery salvage yard on the 4th. And guess who he saw on the property?
Oh.
Mike Osmondson.
Really?
Mike Osmondson. Oh, yeah. He directly mentions Mike Osmondson in the DCI report, and that's interesting because it probably means that that comment regarding the deer, I could be wrong, was actually made on the 4th. So,
Tom we know it couldn't be the 10th because they had control of the property.
That's correct. And
we know that's incorrect. Yeah.
And Stephen was arrested, but there are, I think, some Redditors who discovered that during the flyover, they spotted Mike O's vehicle on the property. Yep. And this now confirms that because Tom Yunder directly saw Mike Osmondson at Barb's place. Interesting. Right? Because the two always go hunting together. So it now starts to make sense that both Bobby and Mike always had a very close association. So it's interesting. He was there on the 4th.
Another
which of course, course is one. Sorry, Mike. Sorry, Jax. Which of course is one day prior to the RAB being found.
Rob, it's irritating to me, and maybe to the rest of you, is that why didn't they just subpoena Mike Osmondson to come and testify and get it straight from the horse's mouth? I don't really understand that. Right?
That's a good question, Jack. Yep.
Neverly, you got a comment?
Yeah, I have a question. Does anybody on the panel or in chat Now, what kind of car did Mike Osmondson drive at the time? What was his car?
I don't remember. I could probably find it. I just can't remember at the moment.
Yeah, it's
I
okay.
don't know either. No.
Yeah. The thing with a deer, the way Bobby explained is tricky because he went out of his way to document that he got the deer that was hit. You know what I mean? So it was a little bit like too much attention paid to that. Is he always this diligent when he gets a roadkill? I don't know. But and then his mother said, the third, he said the fourth, so there's some discrepancies. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember. Doc is right. There is some confusion if there's a second deer, and I think there isn't a second deer strike. But I'm confused about it as well. So I'm not gonna drive down that road because I'll get off in a rabbit hole and won't get out of it. So okay. Is there any questions from the chat before we move on? Otherwise, we can just pick it on up.
I just wanted to make the comment. What the hell is Mike Osmondson saying that he recalls Teresa missing on November the 1st, a couple of prior to her mother reporting her missing? What does he know that nobody else does? Just asking.
Yeah, asking for a friend. I get you. And that caught my eye too. And I drove by it and we got off in the southern. I forgot to mention that is true. It's right there in that last statement.
But did he actually say November 1st, or did he say the Tuesday before I was there? I think is what he said, right?
I think he actually said two statements. I'm not sure if he's confused on the date when he made this statement here.
He said, he said Tuesday, and wasn't it, didn't Kratz like intentionally say the wrong day at trial because he just, hoping that it would slip by that he was there on a day that he actually wasn't. It was brought up somewhere, and I don't remember where.
Yes, I remember that. That was also in MAM. And Kratz just said, well, I don't know what you're talking about. The main point is that I got this on record. So he got the wrong day on record.
Yes.
Yes, I agree with you.
Shane Henry's asking, is there any proof that any testing for Teresa's blood was done in Dassey garage?
No.
Well, I think KZ has some testing done after the fact. I think that's right. Not back then, no.
But not back then, because there's an excellent. I don't want to let too much out of the bag, but in our first reading with the crew, we actually examine the chapter entitled Bobby's Garage. Right? So now this all comes together quite nicely. But you're correct. There was no testing, and I don't believe there was any luminol treatment either. They just completely ignored the Dassey garage.
Yeah, basically chalked it all up as deer blood and moved on. Okay. All right. Susan, read 72 because we're probably going to pause after this one too. So go ahead and read 72.
Okay. 72. Further, the record reveals that Osmondson and Bobby were either suspiciously calling each other repeatedly or with each other at relevant times after Ms. Habach's murder. Bobby's phone records reflect that on October 31, 2005, there were 7 phone calls between Bobby and Osmondson, occurring between the following times in the morning and evening: 6:12 a.m., 6:36 a.m., 3:56 p.m., 3:57 p.m., 4:53 p.m., 5:10 p.m., and 6:01 p.m. Bobby's phone records reveal that Bobby called Osmondson a total of 66 times from October 24, 2005 to November 9, 2005.
Yeah, let's pause right there because I remember having friends back when I was 19, 20 years old, and I don't think I called any of my friends 66 times in 6 months, even a year. I mean, I just didn't. I know it was a different
I'm
time, but
curious, has
yeah,
anyone looked at the length of these calls?
I haven't personally. I'm sure others maybe have, but yeah, to me, it's excessive, especially the 6 calls on the 31st. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
It's speculative, but I don't want to hang out an innuendo rabbit hole out there. But 6 times, and these times are they're a little weird, especially the afternoon times. I'm not going to say so much about the morning times, but
Yeah, I would say he was getting off work then, right after he
yeah,
got off work. But
yeah,
the afternoon, it would be pretty good timing if he grabbed Teresa around 2:30, 2:45, and then did his deed, and then
phone
tried to
calls.
get a hold of Mike.
I need
Yeah,
some help. I need some help, buddy.
possibly.
Yeah, I don't
Clive
know.
Coolidge, Clive Coolidge just joined us in chat. Hi, Clive. Thanks for joining us. He says, how can the older grey-bearded man who helped Bobby push the RAV onto Avery's salvage yard on 5/11/2005 be Mike Osmondson? Mike today is the same age as Bobby. Nobody knows the physique of Tom Jander.
We just don't know. I mean, we speculated. A lot of people have speculated on who this older man was at the time. We just don't know.
KZ says he fits the profile, so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
And we all know that eyewitness identification is probably the least reliable,
Yeah,
right?
I
But
agree.
with Tom Sawinski, the important thing there is that he saw two individuals pushing a vehicle very similar, or if not, Teresa Horbach's vehicle. That's the important point.
In the middle
Is
of the
his
Yeah.
night.
observation? Yeah. Is his observation perfect? No, it's not. But the mere factor is, there's no way that Tom Sawinski should have observed anyone pushing the victim's vehicle up Avery Road towards the junkyard. That's the critical thing.
Right.
In his first email, he says he didn't see the second guy, that he was, down behind the door on the passenger side.
Correct.
He says he didn't even see him. So yeah, his memory seemed to improve.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I think Sappercop made a very important point, and that is that you can bet you that the state is going to try and discredit Tom Sawinski as much as they can.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
No
I
doubt.
mean, they don't want this to be, this to be able to come in and the KZ to be able to use all this and the Valley CD to rebut and create this any suspect that should have been done 2005 2006. Man, there's no way they want that to happen, so they're going to do, I think, anything they can to discredit him. I think you're right.
Correct. But I think the way Kathleen Zona has presented this particular filing, as we all know, is that it's a very, very strong. The state can attack certain points, yep, and so they should. But there's too many coincidences here, guys. And the mere fact that Sawinski's call got corroborated and validated, it now puts the pressure on the MTSO, especially on Sergeant Seglob. Okay, where's that report? What did he actually say? So now the ball is squarely in the court, basically saying, okay, how are you going to counteract this? It's actually quite powerful.
Yeah, and did he go and make phone calls to? Because we're going to listen to this call again here. I'm definitely going to play it again, but you can hear when she does the connection. She dials 7 numbers, and I feel confident she connected to his cell phone. But after that call, depending, whether he told him, did he call, other people and say, hey, look, I got this guy just called me and he's telling me he saw some couple of guys pushing this RAV up Avery Road on the morning of the 5th. Guys, what the hell? We don't know.
I would also think if Kathleen does get an evidentiary hearing, that she would be able to compare those fingerprints on the RAV to Myco. Maybe run them through. Do they have like a fingerprint CODIS kind of thing?
AFIS.
They do.
AFIS.
Base.
Yeah.
Well, here's another piece to that is, in order to discredit Sawinski, at some point they're going to have to put Bobby on the stand to say that was not me.
Yeah.
Correct. Yep. Excellent point. Excellent point. And, it's amazing. What I find really impressive here is how Kathleen Zellner in her filing has focused on two individuals, Bobby Dassey, the star witness, and his buddy, Mike Osmondson. She even went to the point of disclosing the number of phone calls between the two. And as you said, Jack 61, you might love your buddy, but 66 calls in a short period of time, I think that's quite excessive. Just an opinion.
Yeah, I maybe to some people that's not a lot, but I mean for me that's a hell of a lot of phone calls, even at a busy time. Things going on. It just seems like a lot. But I don't know. But it's a different time. I get it. Cell phones created more. More of these more connections and more connectivity. I get that. That still seems like a hell of a lot. That's from that time frame. I think is something like 16 days, 66 calls. I mean, Jesus Christ, man! I'll be like, dude, quit calling me. Leave me the hell alone.
And it was a Monday. It wasn't like the weekend or anything. It was a Monday.
That's right. So it looks like we got some pretty good conversation going on in the chat. Hey, Mystic Jinx, thanks for coming. Appreciate it. Hey, there's Ripper. What the hell, man? How's it going, dude?
Yeah, Jinx is saying, would he have been arrested for his fingerprints to be in the system?
I don't know that Michael's ever been arrested. Yeah, I don't know that he may not even have a record. Don't know.
Oh, if there's an evidentiary hearing that she can take his prints and compare them.
She could certainly.
With Sawinski's story.
Yeah. Yep. Include or exclude, right? What's that, Doc? I'm sorry.
And potentially DNA.
Yes.
Yeah. A23 would be interesting, wouldn't
it? A23.
Yep. And also the flash card in the back of the RAV.
That's right, the flash card.
And don't forget, there was a low level of DNA on the number plates. And so now potentially they could be retested using MVAC. So it'd be it's interesting the way Kathleen Zellner is honing in on Bobby and also Mike in a way as well.
Well, I'd like to see
Shane
also.
Henry hasn't. Yeah.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just going to say Shane Henry has an interesting comment. He says, even though the state took Bobby's DNA, who's to know if the state didn't hide Bobby's DNA on her car if they found it?
Well, we don't know. I mean, we have the blunt and bloody instrument that disappeared, and I keep bitching about it, and I'll continue to bitch about it because it irritates me. They have a clear piece of evidence that just, voila, boom, it's gone. It doesn't get mentioned again anywhere. And that's a huge thing that gets found in that car. And I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, that's all I can say because I don't trust them. I just don't.
I'm pretty sure if she does get an evidentiary hearing, she'll be able to do scientific testing. Do you think?
Get the cat, the kitty, whatever her long ass name is. She mentioned MVAC.
Oh yeah, Doc just did too. Yeah.
Yeah, the MVAC. Doc mentioned mentioned that, and I want to see that used on that fob, on that key. And because Doc could probably talk for a long time about how much DNA that could trap, right?
Correct. So basically, if you've got any cells which are trapped within the fabric or say the carpet that's deep, with the MVAC system, what it does is very, very clever. It's like a vacuum cleaner with fluid. So it goes deep into the surface of a substance and it extracts DNA and also cells if they're there. And then the operator, once the material has been extracted, they then purify down the DNA and amplify it up. So it doesn't really matter what surface the DNA or the cells are on. The MVAC is extremely efficient. And studies have shown that using other methods like a swab, you may actually miss the sample, picking up the sample from a particular surface, but MVAC is very, very deep. The way it uses a solution and a spray to take up the DNA. And there is no way the state wants to give up the RAV4 to Kathleen Zellner, because that's exactly what she's going to use, the MVAC system.
Oh, man. Yeah. That thing, I mean, I read some about it like we all have. Alice?
Hugh Fraser's joined us in chat. Hi, Hugh. Thanks for joining us. He says that he saw some interesting pictures of Michael's dad last night. What does he look like? And can you share those photos in Discord?
I'm gonna say the whole motor Discord, and I'll put them up on the screen. I'm not too embarrassed to do that. Not too proud. We'll get that right up there. Yeah, absolutely.
We ain't shy.
Not at all. Okay. All right. If there's no more questions, let's move on and hit number 73 here before we get to number 4. Evidence is not cumulative. So, Susan, if you'll do number 73.
Okay. 73. The Sawinski evidence is newly discovered and directly links Bobby to Ms. Halbach's murder because, as previously stated, Ms. Halbach's RAV4 was a key piece of evidence in her murder.
And if anybody wants to briefly comment about that, and to me, it is the piece of evidence. I don't know about how everyone else feels. That's just my opinion. It is the most important of all of it, maybe even all of it combined. I don't know, because he ran from the key. The bullet, we all know that son of a bitch was planted. But the RAV, to me, is the most important piece, because for many different reasons.
So right there, I think it will bring it into an evidentiary hearing. That she'll be able to do a little work on that RAV.
I'm sure she'd request it.
The Rosetta Stone to unraveling this case is the RAV4. Everything impinges from the RAV4. It's right there.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree.
Zapper?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I was just going to say that's kind of what I've been alluding to in terms of that direct connection piece with Bobby. That's why Sawinski is so important, is because he puts Bobby with the piece of evidence that makes that direct connection, allowing her to complete that Denny circuit. And that's kind of what I was saying. If depending on the order of how the hearing takes place, provided there is one, if they can tear Sawinski's story apart before they ever get to somebody like Bobby, if they're able to destroy that prong, then that kind of eliminates everything again.
Right. Yeah. I, like everyone else, I feel certain they're going to attack him, his credibility and everything else they can to try to tear it down. But it's going to be, I think they're going to have she can deny, Judge Suckowitz, she can deny this. I'm saying her name wrong. How did we say we were going to pronounce that, Susan, the correct way? Sakawati?
Sakavich.
Sakavich, yeah.
Sucks at this.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
I think that she could deny it just because they're so linked armed. But I don't know what reason she could possibly, how she can completely get around all of it. Some of it, maybe, but the call and the affidavit from the girlfriend, that's hard to pass. That's hard to ignore for me. So, okay. Any other comments before we move on to this next section?
I just wanted to make the quick comment is that if you notice what Kathleen Zerner is cleverly doing this time, she's leaving law enforcement and the involvement of law enforcement right out. That's a deliberate ploy.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, short of the call from Lewinsky, because this is new. We just got this just a few months ago. So, other than that, you're correct. Planting evidence, that seems to be out the window. Committing any kind of harm to Teresa, out the window. I agree.
Yeah. And Iced Coffee in chat says, did Bobby Dassey have opportunity to plant key? Was the key found from Bobby? If so, how given to law enforcement? Or was it a different key, such as spare from home?
Well, that's a good question. It's definitely, I mean, what they show in court is definitely a valet key. That is not the master key. And, we've talked about this before, and I think Jinx and others we've speculated pretty hard that the key, this valet key, could have been very well found in her blue camera or tripod bag or something that she kept in the RAV. I think that we just don't know, though. We don't have any direct thing one way or the other to show how that potentially someone else could have ended up with that valet key. I mean, there's a lot of theories, but we don't have anything solid we can really grab our hands around. We'd like to have it, but we don't, unfortunately.
But if you have a look at the strategy, it's actually very, very clever, because if Tom Sawinski's observation is real and that he did indeed see Bobby Dassey pushing the RAV4, then ergo it follows the logic. Well, if he had his hands on Teresa's RAV4, that means he's got access to the key and everything in the vehicle.
Yep.
If Kathleen Zellner then turns it around and says, oh, yeah, look, I really do believe the key was planted by Lenk or Colburn, then she's going to get laughed at. So she's keeping it simple, right?
Yeah, that's right.
If Sawinski's observation is real, she's going with the fact that it is, i.e. that Bobby had his hands on the RAV4. So her point of attack is, all right, he had access to the victim's vehicle, therefore he had access to all the contents. Let's go for the simple approach.
That's right. And not naming every single piece. That's exactly right.
That's it. That is it. Because the court will say to her, what is your evidence? Right? Whereas Sawinski has supplied that evidence by direct visual observation. That's powerful.
Very. Yep, I agree.
Remember, KZ's ultimate goal is a new trial. The evidentiary hearing is not going to give her access to the RAV and all of that other stuff. It's only going to open that door. And as long as she can complete that, if Sawinski can hold up and complete that Denny circuit, they can't deny a new trial, because that's the whole thing. They denied Denny the first time, and that way Stephen did not get a fair trial. They'd have to kick in a new trial. If they do that, then that opens the door to everything, because now you're starting over.
That's
everything. No procedural bar, none of that other garbage. You get everything, and that's when she'll go after the whole crew.
Yeah, the whole kit and caboodle. That's right. Yep, I agree. Good stuff, guys.
And just building up on what Sapperkop said, that's an excellent point, right? So, it's the lesser of two evils. So does law enforcement say, oh, thank God Kathleen Zellner's not pointing a finger at us? Or do you want Kathleen Zellner to start pointing a finger at law enforcement involving implanting, right? So which one is more palatable for law enforcement? And the answer is point away from us, not towards us. Although in our hearts, we probably do know that some of the forensic evidence was planted by law enforcement, but that's not going to cut the mustard in a court of law because you can't directly prove it. Whereas Sawinski has provided that jigsaw puzzle piece to say, I know I saw Bobby Dassey with his hands on the victim's vehicle. That's powerful.
And ergo, he had access to everything else that was in that vehicle, right? I think you nailed it.
Correct. Yep, correct.
Yeah, so the hearing is just really to prove that Bobby was a great Denny and that he has means, motive, and opportunity. Therefore, there could have been a different outcome at the trial.
That's right.
It would have put doubt in the jurors' minds as
That's
to
right.
exactly who did it.
That's exactly right.
The state has to basically prove that Sawinski did not see what he saw, has to prove that he did not see Bobby. If they're not able to do that, they can't deny that Denny piece. And you know, the state can say whatever it wants, but at the end of the day, we all know, whether we can prove it or not, we know they're lying. And lies can only hold up so long, because eventually you're going to have to lie upon lie upon lie, and that's going to break down. You're going to forget what you lied about. So all KZ is really looking for, in my opinion, is to get somebody like Colburn on the stand and screw him up like they did in the first trials, like Rembecker did when he slipped up about the CD or with the plate call and things like that. That's what she wants. Let them lie on paper all they want, but when I get you on the stand and I break you, that's where she's going to make her money.
That's really what matters, is what happens in court. That's really what they rely on. And you know, that took a long time for a lot of us to really understand, because everything's based around what happened at trial. And you nailed it. You laid it out pretty much exactly right, Susan. So,
I mean, it's a fact that Sawinski was their paper boy.
Absolutely.
And it's a fact that he did call MTSO.
That's exactly right.
And it's a fact that he did send a couple of emails trying to get this out. So, yeah.
That's right. He chose the wrong direction, but you know, he didn't know what to do, you know.
Yeah, correct. The other interesting thing is that I found a DCI report in which the MTSO, I think, or Calumet, were doing canvassing of the houses around the Avery salvage yard.
Oh, yeah.
And guess what? One of the questions was asked: when do you get your Herald Times delivered?
That is interesting.
Isn't that interesting?
Why the hell would they ask that?
Isn't that interesting?
That was the people right on the corner where you turn off 147.
Yep,
their name,
correct.
They escapes me at the moment, but yeah.
Yeah, they canvassed all the properties around the area, and that one person was asked when they got their newspaper delivered or the mail delivered, and that, I believe it was one day after Sawinski called in, right? So it starts to make a little bit of sense that maybe Seglaw put out the feelers out there to get more information about what was happening. Interesting.
Very. Hey, Shane Henry had a question. How many times has Bobby talked to KZ investigators? And that number would be 0, as far as I know. I don't think he's ever spoke to them. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
I kind of remember KZ saying she couldn't talk to Bobby for some reason. Am I mistaken on that?
Yeah, she should be able to. Her investigator should be able to talk to any witness, anybody involved in the case. What else we got?
Maybe Barb said that.
Possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I don't remember her saying she's ever made an attempt, but even if she did make an attempt, I think it was declined, but not by Bobby, but probably by somebody else. But no, he's never spoken to anybody connected to KZ.
Right. Yep. All right, guys. Yep, I think we're good. So, yeah, let's move on to number 4. Rhonda, you want to read? Are you able to read tonight?
Cool.
Rhonda, are you here?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can now. Woo-hoo.
Okay.
Yeah, why don't you read a little bit of this and we'll break it down. The evidence is not complete or not cumulative. 4.
Do a little test around. It sounds like you're cutting out.
I'm cutting out.
A little bit. Let me see where I got your volume at here.
7 issues yesterday too. Last night.
Yeah, I've got you turned up. You're all the way up to 200% on my end. Well, go ahead and try it. If it becomes a problem, then we'll do something. Yeah.
Let me know if you need me to stop.
Yep. Go ahead.
All right. 4. The evidence is not cumulative. 74. The Sawinski evidence provides for the first time the missing direct connection to Bobby as a third-party suspect for Miss Halbach's murder and is therefore not cumulative. Reasonable doubt as to Mr. Avery's guilt. 75. If the defendant satisfies all 4 criteria of newly discovered evidence, the reviewing court then examines whether it is reasonably probable that had the jury heard the newly discovered evidence, it would have had a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt. This presents a question of law. A reasonable probability of a different outcome exists if there is a reasonable probability that a jury, looking at both the old evidence and the new evidence, would have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt. 76. Overwhelming evidence against the defendant may not serve as the basis for excluding evidence of a third party's opportunity or direct connection to the crime. By evaluating the strength of only one party's evidence, no logical conclusion can be reached regarding the strength of contrary evidence offered by the other side to rebut or cast doubt. 77. If Bobby is established as a viable third-party Denny suspect, the forensic evidence in this case is completely undermined. The newly discovered evidence that Bobby was in possession of Miss Halbach's vehicle means that he had opportunity and access to plant evidence in the vehicle and from the vehicle. Because Bobby has been directly linked to the murder of Miss Halbach, there is a reasonable inference that he planted the bones in Mr. Avery's burn pit.
Let's pause right there because this number 77 that you just read goes directly to what Doc said just a minute ago.
Yep.
Control of that vehicle.
Correct. So you can see that number 77, you could almost toss everything else out. Right. Number 77 is as damaging as you can get. So what Kathleen Zellner has cleverly done, she's encapsulated the entire thing based on Sawinski's direct observation of Bobby, right? So hence, her approach is, all right, he's in direct connection with the victim's vehicle. Therefore, he's in direct connection to all the possessions within the victim's vehicle. If Bobby was involved in her murder, he was in charge of her corpse, her remains, which means that he's the primary person that planted the bones, right? So that's the story that she's going with. And guys, you have to admit, that's impressive. She hasn't strayed. She hasn't talked about other individuals, other law enforcement officers were involved. Nope. She's just kept it straight and only focused on one person.
Yeah. And, control that vehicle or control of everything else. Boom. And she did it without saying it.
I think and we've said it many, many times, control the evidence, control the outcome.
Right. Yep. Okay. All right, Rhonda, continue on to 78.
Sorry, hold on, Jack. Mandy's got Brandy's got a question in chat.
Okay.
She says, "Devil's advocate, why not get a battery off Avery salvage yard, then take battery to RAV and drive it back? They stick out like sore thumbs if spotted pushing it at that hour, like what KZ is saying here."
You know, that's a great question. It's a good. I can't answer that. You know, it's hard to say. You know, if they're looking at, you know, number one, if they're doing this, being amped up and, you know, worried about getting caught with this vehicle. I don't know. It's a great question because clearly they had batteries, I'm sure, and I don't know where they kept batteries. I'm sure they pulled many batteries out of these junk vehicles that came in, and I'm sure one would have probably popped in there and they could have started the car. But I don't know if they're locked up. I don't know. It's a good question. I just can't answer it.
Yeah, I mean, we have to. I mean, we can only speculate on what the purpose of that was. But if you look at the time that this is taking place, very early in the morning, so the chances of being seen without knowing that the damn newspaper kid was going to come around, nobody would have seen them doing that. And then number two, the reason they're pushing it, from my opinion, if that occurred, is to eliminate any kind of noise. No engine starting, no driving by. You know, they don't want to take any chance of somebody hearing a vehicle that close on Avery property and having somebody wake up and go look out the window to see who the heck is that.
Right.
Yeah, there was a neighbor on the corner there at 147 and Avery Road.
That's right. Yeah, that's good.
Jason Bennett has joined us in chat. Hi, Jason. Welcome. "I want to believe that the law has weed or porn over Bobby's head to have him help frame Stephen and Brendan."
Well, I you know, that goes to more to speculation. We just don't know. We don't know if there was if Bobby was compromised and did certain things. We just don't know. There's, unfortunately. What was that, Doc? You had a comment?
I was going to say, I agree 100% with Sapacop. The last thing you want to do is to draw any attention to you, right? To yourself. Because remember, that vehicle, there were missing posters with the vehicle's description on it, right? And the Avery salvage yard, I think Chucky, they all complained that there was a lot of people that used to come into the pit area at nighttime, stealing car parts.
That's right.
So you don't want a car running around the salvage yard at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning with potential lights turned on. That could potentially draw suspicion and attention. And if you're Bobby Dassey or whoever was pushing that vehicle, you don't want to draw any attention to yourself. You want to get away from that vehicle as quickly as you can. The more you touch that vehicle, the greater the chance that you can leave your DNA in that vehicle.
Yeah, and Bobby would have known, you know, about, you know, I remember there were rumors and talk about, you know, some of the, you know, there were people in the family that were selling parts, you know, off book and so forth. And of course, again, as you said, Doc, there were people that would come in and get steel parts in the middle of the night. So Bobby would have known that, you know, they were being mindful of watching for anyone coming onto the property. And so, yeah. Any other comments?
The only thing, I was gonna say one of the things that I don't like about that scenario is the length or the distance that they would have had to push that RAV, even from where they were seen, from that position all the way to where the RAV was found. That's a pretty long distance, and we don't know where they started from. So how long had they been pushing it before Sawinski saw them? So that's I mean, I've pushed my fair share of cars, even ones smaller and bigger than a RAV, and it's not easy. So over that long a distance, it's they would have been worn out long before they got to the spot.
Well, I mean, if they, yeah, go on, I'm sorry, what, Doc?
I was going to say that's an excellent point, but we don't know whether they actually drove the vehicle from one location to close to the Avery salvage yard, stopped, popped the hood, disconnected the battery, and decided to push it the rest of the way.
That would be my guess.
Having said that, that's the easiest way to get it to the pit, because if you try and push the vehicle through the quarry, you're going to go through mud, dirt, mounds. You're never going to be able to do it. But that way, it's a straight road and a natural arc that goes round the corner. Yep. So, yes, it is a challenge. But remember, Bobby's a big, fit kid, and there were two of them.
And it's a very small car, actually. It's not a big vehicle.
No, they're pretty light, but, that's still a pretty good walk from the front, there to offices back to, I mean, it's not a huge distance, but let's just say that they cut the engine and like unhooked everything like Doc was talking about in Sapricop and turned it off and then pushed to keep the noise down. I think two guys could do it because their vehicle's not that big, but they would. I think it definitely would have been winded. And we got somebody joined us here. Alba.
Gamer 82's just
go ahead and read that. Yeah, read that comment from Alba.
Yeah. Alba Gamer 82 says, what I can't understand is that with the $36 million lawsuit looming, why did the MTSO get involved in the searches when there was a clear conflict of interest there? Wouldn't you stay away from it? Well, common sense would probably tell you, Alba, yes, they should have stayed away from it. They shouldn't have been anywhere near the property or anything like that. And that is one of the biggest questions that we have on this case is, why the hell were they involved in the first place?
Yeah,
well, that kind of tells you how comfortable they were with what they were doing and whose support they had, because they clearly had no fear of any repercussions or consequences for what they were doing, and they had to, and they've learned that again, this isn't the first time that they've taken this kind of activity or performed this kind of activity. They did it with Ricky Hochstetler and they got away with it. So you have a group of people who are very comfortable with doing what they're doing and not having to worry about consequences.
Absolutely.
I also think that they got overzealous to get Steven. You know what I mean? Knowing that they're comfortable and that they're not going to get in trouble. But I think they just got overzealous to get him at all costs. Or at any cost.
I agree, Neverly. The target went on him as soon as he filed that lawsuit in October of 2004. And I'm comfortable. I've said it a million times. I've probably said a million more. Something was going to happen to derail those depositions. I don't know so much necessarily about, thinking about all of it, necessarily rejailing Avery, but whatever it took to stop those depositions and keep Kasorek and Vogel off the stand and out of the sworn statements that they would have had to have made or risk perjuring themselves.
Yeah, and Peterson said it really well publicly. If we wanted to get Steve, we would.
Yeah, absolutely. Just being easy to kill the guy. Who said that?
On the news, no less.
The piece that still bugs me on that is nothing they did would have absolutely positively stopped the depositions, because Stephen didn't even get arrested until the 9th. That's the day before. And knowing that they even hid Stephen away so he couldn't contact anybody. So how could he have contacted his attorneys and said, stop the depositions? But none of that would have affirmatively stopped them. Those depositions still could have happened despite everything law enforcement did. So right. I don't know. I don't know if that's strong enough to me.
Yeah,
I'm not really able to answer this one, Sapper. It's actually from Mystic Jinx. She says there is dirt all over her RAV on the bottom. could they test that and see if it was quarry dirt?
They could have, yeah, absolutely. Just like you would test somebody's shoes if it had debris on it, and you were looking at where they've been. You can do that. You can test the dirt and find out what materials are in it and elements and different things like that, and try to narrow it down to a specific spot or a specific type of place, that kind of thing. Yeah, they could have done that.
They've done that in several cases in Europe. Several cases I've seen on Forensic Files and some of these other crime shows where they've narrowed or a vehicle or whatever has been, and it gets isolated. Somebody says, "Hey, it was over here," when in fact there's no way it was found near, where somewhere where it shouldn't have been. Absolutely.
Can I just make the comment? What our Gamer 82 said, and that's exactly why the majority of us on this panel believe law enforcement were directly involved in planting forensic evidence. Now, we know that Kathleen Zellner and also Stephen's attorneys the first time round tried that approach. In other words, blaming and pointing a finger directly at law enforcement. And we all know how that went, right? It didn't go nowhere. And every time Kathleen Zellner tried to bring that up in her past motions, it all got shot down. So therefore, her approach is following what the court suggested she should do.
Yep.
And that is to focus on one individual, Bobby Dassey, make him the perfect Danny. Whether it occurred or not, it's irrelevant. She needs to get in front of a judge for an evidentiary hearing for Stephen. Then they can debate it. So she has remained focused, even though in our hearts we know law enforcement had to have some involvement. But not only that, same with the crime lab. Culhane, you can't let Culhane off the hook that easily.
Or
she has a direct involvement. Yep, she has a direct involvement in the key, Ida Meffel, and the hood latch swab. No question. So this is a multi-layered, complex issue in which a lot of fingers are involved in touching the forensic evidence. But Kathleen Zellner needs to convince a judge, hey, I'm presenting you a Denny. I'm pointing the finger at only one person at this stage. I think that's the better approach. Just an opinion.
As you requested, pretty much. That's what you said.
Exactly.
Say that, but that's what she did. Exactly what they told her to do.
That's exactly what she's done. That's right. So, yeah, Graham Moss made a comment, don't forget, Jack, that the RAV4 never left the salvage yard. Yeah, that's according to the state. And I don't know, that's another huge rabbit hole for us that we can't completely answer. I'd love to have those answers as to where it was for days. I mean, to me, I don't think there's just any way possible that I was sit there on that corner for 5 days and no one saw it. Earl was down there. Other people were around that salvage yard. Somebody would have inquired about that RAV. It looked too new compared to other cars in the yard. So, yeah, I agree with you
And
there.
we have witnesses that the RAV was spotted not once, but 3 times, I think.
Yeah.
Outside of the salvage yard.
Yeah. Ramlo.
But just back to the RAV, if I can make
please,
just a comment. Remember how Kraft said pools of blood was found? Pools. Well, we know that they didn't find any pools of blood in Stephen's bedroom, in his whole place, or the garage. So I think that he was referring to the car, the RAV. And then we have all those pictures where clearly the trunk net is missing, right? So maybe they saw pools of blood in the trunk, on the mat. However, after they tested it, maybe they found some unfavorable results for them. Therefore, they destroyed it, or put it away, hid it for 12 years or whatever, you know what I mean? So, because what pools of blood was he talking about? To me, I think that he was thinking about the RAV. And we know that there's only like 6 spots.
Yeah, there was correct. There were no pools of blood.
No.
And just to bring up Jack 61's point, where is that blunt, bloody object?
Yes. Where is that?
Well, I mean, if they're willing to disappear that, and other things as well. I mean, I think that I'm not going to say every one of those Toyota RAV4s came with a cargo map, but I had a buddy that I actually worked with, and he had a 2001, and it came with a mat. I think it was just standard equipment, for the back of that thing, because people, they haul whatever. A lot of people put their pets back there. You got that mat back there. It looks nice, but it doesn't. It's solid. It's absorbent. Any mud and whatever, you can clean it and not have to worry about it. And if that mat was back there, and I think it was, I don't necessarily think everybody has to agree with me, but to me, looking at that line on the side of the back of the RAV in the cargo area, it just looks to me like there was a mat and it did get pulled out. So
I think so too, Jack, because it was the carpet underneath the mat, if there was a mat, is way too clean to have a bloody Teresa in there. And you can see the edges are dirty, yet the carpet in the middle and everywhere else is clean.
Oh, it's clean as a pin.
So it
Absolutely.
makes you think, yes, that they destroyed it.
Well, maybe.
And if they destroyed it, then we know why. It's unfavorable results that they got from that. Who knows whose blood was there?
I agree. All right. Let's
and Ripper in chat says, where did she buy the car from? We need to find pictures of that car when it was for sale before she bought it.
I think
It
Ripper
had a Lemieux Toyota sticker.
Yeah, I think Lemieux bought it. It was a fleet car. I do know that. And I think that car was out of Iowa originally and part of a fleet, whatever, for some company or whatever. And then after they get so many miles on them, they sell them as a package, whatever. And somehow it ended up that Lemieux Toyota, maybe they went to an auction or whatever.
Yeah, well, Jinx is saying maybe she found it in Auto Trader.
Well, maybe, maybe Lemieux, put a few cars in Auto Trader. It's possible. I've always thought that because we know that Teresa kept a video diary, I feel certain she probably had many pictures of that car that we've never seen before. Maybe even never got turned over by the family to law enforcement.
Didn't we have a Carfax on her car?
I've got it. I've got the Carfax.
Yeah.
Hugh Fraser says, well, Angela, see the writing on the wall and rescue herself. The alternative might be to cave to KZ or go down in US legal history for the wrong reasons.
Well, I think that if she denies the PCR, I think that's going to get appealed and go to the Court of Appeals. And they'll force the issue because I think KZ has met every prong. We're not saying anybody did anything. This is about proving a Denny and a different outcome for Stephen at trial. If that would have been allowed to happen, that's what this is about. We can't lose sight of that. We're not saying Bobby did anything to anyone. That's not where we're at, right?
We're
Correct.
Not saying Bobby did it. We're saying you haven't proven he didn't.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's right.
Mystic Jinx, sorry, Susan. Mystic Jinx is asking, has anyone asked for a copy of the video diary?
I have not. I've never requested that. The only video that I know that got turned over was If I Die video that was presented at trial. I've never requested that through Open Records.
But if I could just...
Sorry, Doc, on you go.
No, not at all. I was going to say, remember the photograph that Tom Pierce said that he took with Teresa in front of her RAV4?
Yep.
Holding the camera? Well, the blinker light is there. It's functional. And my understanding that picture was taken fairly recent My understanding is that that place was very close to a petrol station. I could be wrong, but clearly the blinker light there is functional. So somehow between then and November the 5th, that blinker light got damaged, right? So that's a recent event. It's not an event that took place a long time ago. So that's very, very interesting.
Well, I have to wonder, Doc, if they were. I'm sorry, Susan, go ahead.
I just want to say I don't think there's any way to date that photo.
No, we don't know. But given what Doc was saying about the blinker light, and this goes along with two people pushing that RAV, if they kind of lost control, on a little hill or whatever, it could have banged something and knocked that blinker light out, right? If it was turned off, no engine power, come on. It happened just like that. Little impact, wouldn't take much. So
there's some discussion going on in the chat about the RAV, everything about having moved the RAV. I would point to Henbury's
Know Your RAV series,
TTM, the Know Your RAV series. That explains it all in explicit detail, and it makes perfect sense. So that might be somewhere to go look.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Dark Side says, Jack, yes, Jack, because the family looked at old videos to check if the blinker light was damaged.
Yeah, that just goes to show, we talked about this before too, that there was nothing listed in the missing person folder about that, or a poster about that blinker being damaged on that car. And that would have been, you would want to do that when you get that information out to the public. RAV4, 1999, whatever color, I'm not even going to get into that. Damage to left. Damage to left.
Correct.
Right, Doug?
100% correct. Like normally, if a person goes missing, you would put distinguishing features, like if they had a tattoo or some type of distinguishing feature about them, you would do exactly the same for the vehicle. Therefore, when you're seeing RAV4s driving around, if it's got a distinctive diagnostic mark on it, like a broken blinker light, that will immediately draw your attention. That is not on any of those missing posters. That's a very good point, Jack.
Yeah, never even mentioned. That's really bothersome to me, and it's a tell as well. So, okay, if there's any more comments, Alice, before we move on, or anyone in here in chat, I don't want to rush. If you guys got comments, please make them, because that's what this series is about.
Bethany, Bethany in chat says, they claimed that the steering was locked and dropped the rear drive shaft to get it on the flatbed. It's been debunked. No way to get RAV on a flatbed if they didn't have access or key the way they did. So when it comes to that key to me looks too brand new. My dad has drove a car all my life, and his keys are not pristine like that, because you're putting it in and out the key lock all the time. It gets oily, it gets scratchy, it fades.
Well, you rub off
all over that key, but it was only Stephen's DNA that was found on that key. So to me, it's a brand new key, or it's the spare key. It's the emergency lockout key. That somebody that people who drive cars have. They keep one in the house and they keep one in case they lose one, and that's what I think it is with the key.
Oh, I think it's definitely the valet key. What's that?
She could have lost her keys that morning and grabbed that spare key. I mean,
the whole thing about moving the RAV came down to the state claimed that nobody entered the RAV or accessed the RAV until it was at the crime lab.
Right.
And then they went through the process of getting it moved. Well, Henbury very nicely debunked that whole thing for them, saying the way that they took apart the drive shaft and the way that they moved it would have been impossible without actually accessing the RAV. So whether they used a key, whether they Slim Jimmed it, to me, it doesn't matter. I think we all know that the key they found in the bedroom was not the damn key used to operate the RAV. But that was the key to it, is they could not have moved it the way they said they did without having access to RAV.
Agreed. Yep, I agree. Okay, Alice, any more comments before we won't move?
No, we're all good for now, Jack. I think I got some of them. If I didn't, sorry, folks, but we'll have a look back and answer them next time, maybe.
Yeah, or if we missed it, if it's a question you want answered, then just put it back in chat. If we've rolled too far, there's been a lot of conversation trying to get everyone's. Okay, Rhonda, you want to start off on 78, and we'll go for a little bit here and see where it leads.
78. This new evidence creates reasonable probability that had the jury heard the new evidence, it would have had a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt. Therefore, Mr. Avery should be granted a new trial. 2. Brady violation regarding the Sawinski evidence. 79. The Sawinski evidence is not only newly discovered evidence, but it also meets the criteria for a Brady violation. Number 80. After Mr. Sawinski contacted Mr. Avery's current post-conviction counsel and provided the newly discovered evidence, Mr. Avery's current post-conviction counsel, through its investigator, submitted its second public records request pursuant to the Freedom of Information Act for audio recordings of incoming and outgoing phone calls and/or radio dispatches between November 3rd, 2005 and November 9th, 2005 that relate to the Halbach case. The FOIA-produced audio recordings did not contain the Sawinski call on November 6 at 10:28 p.m., nor did they contain any dates or times of the calls produced. Number 81. In May of 2022, Mr. Avery's current post-conviction counsel received the previously suppressed Sawinski call to the Manitowoc Sheriff's Office, which contained a partial recording of the suppressed call to the Manitowoc Sheriff's Office in November 6, 2005. For the first time, current post-conviction counsel received the exact dates and times of the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Office incoming calls. Attached and incorporated herein as Exhibit D is a tracked timestamp record for the disclosure provided in May of 2022.
Okay, pause right there. I'm going to play the call. This is the place to play it. This is exactly what she's talking about. So give me just 1 second here, guys. I'll pop off the PDF and then we'll pull up the audio. This audio is about 1 minute long. Okay, yeah, it popped in there. Okay. About 1 minute long. Anyone here in Discord is going to have to unmute for just a minute. And we'll listen to this call. And then we can talk a little bit about that. All right, here we go.
Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department, this is Carla. Can I help you?
Carla, I don't know if it's good information, bad information. Who do I talk to about this? The girl that's missing from Hilbert?
I can have you speak with my shift commander. Can you hold on a moment?
Thank you.
Sure. Hey, I'm going to transfer to the shift commander. You'll be speaking with Sergeant Singlaub, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Sheriff's Department.
Scott, when I hang up, it's a man on the phone who thinks he has some maybe more leads, and he wanted to speak with somebody on the case.
All right, guys.
Okay, that's it. That's the end of the call. And as everybody heard there, I want you to pay attention when she dialed. It's dun 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 dun. 7 digits. That is, to me, that is to a cell phone. Also, I know you guys can't see it because I've got the little player pretty small on the screen. This call is labeled. It's titled 2005 1106 2228. It's got a little bit more there through 2229. That's the length of the call. It's a little over a minute, so it tracks how long the call was. So,
Jack, Ripper is saying you can get the numbers just from those sounds.
Then Ripper and I need to talk.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I'll give you a call there later, Ripper, and you can tell me what I need to do. Because that would be interesting to, drive down where this call went to, what the numbers are.
The other thing that jumps out at me is when she connects to Singlob and talks to him, she never mentions any case. She just says he's got leads. Leads to what? Is that the only case that Singlob is involved with? I mean, how would he know exactly what leads or what case she's talking about? She doesn't mention it.
Well, and not only that, again, as I mentioned the other night, why didn't she say, hey, look, Calumet County's handling this case. Let me forward you over to them. Talk to them. That's really concerning. So in some capacity, they're acting as a filter to what gets to Calumet County. Right, wrong, or indifferent. That's speculatory, of course, on my part, but that's just what I see.
I see Travis has joined us. Hi, Travis.
Hey, Travis. Thanks for coming, man. So any other comments?
Actually, that would be a good question for Travis about if she does get an evidentiary hearing, exactly what will she be allowed access to, if anything, in terms of evidence type stuff? I don't think she'll get access to anything, but I don't know. But that's a question for him.
Yeah. I don't know. Okay. Any other questions before we move a little bit more forward in the document?
Jump into voice if you want, Travis.
Absolutely. You're more than welcome to join us here in chat.
Jinx is saying, didn't they transfer calls to Casio?
They did. There are many calls that come into Manitowoc that they transferred to Calumet County because we've got calls from Calumet County Dispatch that have been forwarded over from Manitowoc. I won't say that there's hundreds, but there's several. We pick up on the different days. After the 5th, absolutely.
Says typically the court will announce what issues will be contemplated by the evidentiary hearing.
That's what Travis said.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I just
so Travis. So dependent on the issues will depend on who they can subpoena as witnesses, what records custodians.
Yeah, I mean, to me, there's definitely a few people that would, if a hearing was granted, you definitely would want Sawinski, Singlob. I'm not sure who else would be in that list. It probably would be a smaller type list to, try to drive down.
Bobby would definitely be on the subpoena list.
Absolutely. Potentially, I guess there's potentially other officers that could be added to that list as well. I don't know. That's moving further off the pike than what I can name, legally speaking.
Well, if I could just also add the point, the very day after, Sergeant Seglob was part of Search Team A, which was the search team involved in looking at around Cuss Road and also Stephen Avery's burn barrel. That's one day after Tom Sawinski calls in.
Yep, on the 7th. That's right. Exactly right. Interesting point.
So, Travis just made a quote about if he was representing Bobby, he would basically tell him to F off. That's a good question. Can Bobby decline the subpoena? I didn't know you could do that. I thought if you were subpoenaed, you had to show up, if for nothing else, to plead the fifth or something like that.
Yeah, I think you have to. That's what the subpoena is all about.
Yeah.
And that's what Bobby says the only reason he testified in Stephen's trial was because he was subpoenaed. Travis says no, he can't decline, but I would have him plead the fifth. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's telling in itself, you know.
Well, actually, that would be a good thing, because if Bobby were to plead the fifth, then they can't refute Sawinski. They can't say it wasn't Bobby. So how do you get around that? How do you not force? I guess I would leave it up to Judge Flowers to make that call.
Yep.
You mean it's like Mike Osmond saying, "I don't recall if I was the one pushing the RAV"?
That statement there was just, how can you not remember pushing a car in the middle of the night? I don't give a shit where you're at unless you're just wrecked drunk, just completely drunk.
Yep, that's not a good thing.
No, it's
yeah,
not.
I mean, if that's something you were doing on a regular basis, that's one thing. But how often are you going to help somebody at 3 o'clock in the morning or whatever it was pushing a car?
I agree. That was a really bad answer for him.
Yeah,
really bad.
Hallmark of a liar.
Well, it's definitely. I mean, to me. All right,
pretty easy to say no if he wasn't doing it.
Absolutely. No, I don't remember anything like that. But he says, I can't recall. Really? That's not a no.
Yep.
All right, let's move on. Rhonda, number 81.
Oh, 81? Oh, okay.
Did you read 81? I don't think you did.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, you did. 82. I'm sorry. My bad. I didn't scroll.
Okay. Number 82. As part of its further investigation, Mr. Avery's investigator interviewed Mr. Sawinski's ex-girlfriend, whom he was dating at the time of the November 5th, 2005 incident. Mr. Sawinski's ex-girlfriend, Devon Novak, corroborated Mr. Sawinski's account of what he had witnessed and what he had relayed to law enforcement. Further, Ms. Novak recognized and identified Mr. Sawinski's voice on the recording played to her by the investigator. The phone call made to the Manitowoc Sheriff's Office on November 6, 2005 at 10:28 p.m. The affidavit of Ms. Devon Novak is attached and incorporated herein as Exhibit E. Very interesting. Number 83. Mr. Avery's investigator also interviewed Mr. Sawinski again and played the same audio recording of the phone call that was made to the Manitowoc Sheriff's Office on November 6, 2005, 10:28 p.m. Mr. Sawinski identified his voice in the audio recording of the phone call from November 6, 2005. Number 84. The recording of Mr. Sawinski's call was never disclosed by the state to Mr. Avery's trial defense counsel prior to or during the trial. Pre-trial, trial defense counsel made two specific requests pursuant to Wisconsin statutes 97123-1H. All exculpatory evidence and or information within the possession, knowledge, or control of the state which would tend to negate the guilt of the defendant or which would tend to affect the weight or credibility of the evidence used against the defendant, including any inconsistent statements. I lost my place. I'm sorry. A second request was made by trial defense counsel for Brady material immediately before the trial on January 18, 2007. Mr. Avery's trial defense counsel, Mr. Dean Strang and Mr. Jerome Buting, are attached and incorporated here in his group Exhibit G, including an attached exhibit trial defense counsel's July 24, 2006 letter to prosecutor Kratz requesting all audio tapes. Applicable law regarding Brady, number 85. In Brady, the Supreme Court held that the prosecution violates an accused's constitutional right to due process of law by failing to disclose evidence favorable to the defense. This rule encompasses evidence known to police, investigators, but not to the prosecutor.
I'm going to pause you right there for a couple of reasons. Well, why don't you go ahead and read that footnote right quick?
Right. Footnote 5. After realizing that he did not contact Mr. Avery's trial defense counsel, rather contacted the Innocence Project in 2016, Mr. Sawinski provided current defense counsel with his new affidavit, which also corrects his prior affidavit submitted in Mr. Avery's motion to stay and remand to the appellate court, in which Mr. Sawinski stated that he contacted Mr. Avery's trial defense attorneys.
Okay, so he made a correction, and that's fine. But I wanted to, and I haven't really had a chance to talk to her. Cherie's here, and I think she pulled up some of the citations. There are many citations throughout this this PCR. By chance, Cherie, did you pull up anything on Brady v. Maryland or Kyles v. Whitley? Cherie's still here. I'm talking without even looking. She must have stepped away. Oh, there she is.
I am, but I took me a minute to get it to the right place.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't, I had made mention during the part one the other night that, there are many citations, and we didn't, without reading through them, because a lot of them, they get into legalese of things that we can't, many can't fully understand. And, it just begins to sound a little bit like word salad. But, these things are key for how she's presenting this documentation to the court. It has meaning. It has power. So, not to get too far off into the woods on some of these citations. So some of them are, I think, really important, especially Brady v. Maryland. I'm not sure about the other one. It's Kyles v. Whitley.
I didn't actually pull up Brady because I thought that people understood that pretty much.
Yeah, that's about.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Well, because Brady is like pretty much what she says, failure to disclose evidence that's favorable to the defense. But the thing that's different about Kyles v. Whitley here is just that the prosecutor even has, it has a duty to make it known if only the police knew it. So that means he's got to make sure he or she knows everything the police know, so that nothing is hidden.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I think I've heard of that before as well. Okay. Thank you for looking that. Okay. You can start there at the bottom of page, Rhonda, you can start at the bottom of page 27 there to comply, and you can continue.
Brady, the prosecutor has a duty to learn of favorable evidence known to other government actors, including the police, Kyle v. Whitley. Quote, Brady suppression occurs when the government fails to turn over even evidence that is known only to the police investigators and not to the prosecutor, end quote. 86. There can be a due process violation irrespective of the good faith or bad faith of the prosecution. Quoting Brady, the prosecution's duty to disclose evidence favorable to the accused includes the duty to disclose impeachment evidence as well as exculpatory evidence, end quote. Number 87. To establish a Brady violation, a defendant must demonstrate that 1. The prosecution suppressed evidence, 2. The evidence was favorable to the defense, and 3. The evidence was material to an issue at trial. State v. Harris. Number 88. The state never disclosed the Sawinski evidence or the Sawinski call to Mr. Avery's current or past counsel. 89. The defense never received a law enforcement report of the Sawinski evidence provided to the Manitowoc Sheriff's Office in November of 2005. The Sawinski evidence is corroborated by the partial recording of his attempt to report the evidence to Manitowoc Sheriff's Office prior to his call being transferred. 90. There is no recording or law enforcement report of the remainder of Mr. Sawinski's call that Mr. Avery's current post-conviction counsel, through reasonable diligence, has been able to locate through its public records requests. 91. In Banks v. Dretke, the United States Supreme Court instructed, quote, a rule thus declaring prosecutor may hide, defendant must seek, is not tenable in a system constitutionally bound to accord defendants due process, end quote. 92. Further, the Wisconsin Supreme Court in State v. Wierski has specifically rejected the imposition of a reasonable diligence standard on trial defense counsel. The Wisconsin Supreme Court specifically stated, this court has never analyzed a Brady claim through the lens of reasonable diligence, and we decline to adopt that requirement now due to its lack of grounding in Brady or other United States Supreme Court precedent. 93. The Wierski Court specifically overruled prior Wisconsin cases which have imposed a requirement of exclusive possession and control of the material evidence by the state. The court specifically stated, there is no express support in the United States Supreme Court's Brady jurisprudence for the limitation that only favorable material evidence in the exclusive possession and control of the state must be turned over to satisfy the due process obligations enunciated in Brady. This limitation further thwarts the purpose of the state's obligation under Brady to prevent the state from withholding favorable material evidence that helps shape a trial that bears heavily on the defendant and cast the prosecutor in the role of an architect of a proceeding that does not comport with the standards of justice. We hereby overrule the holding set forth in Nelson and its progeny that favorable material evidence is only suppressed under Brady, where the withheld evidence is in the state's exclusive possession and control. 94. There is no duty for the defense to seek out information that has not been disclosed. However, Mr. Avery's current post-conviction counsel has made diligent efforts to obtain any and all information regarding the Sawinski evidence, including re-requesting all incoming calls to the Manitowoc Sheriff's Office from the relevant time period. 95. The following timeline illustrates the diligence demonstrated by Mr. Avery's current post-conviction counsel in investigating and corroborating the evidence that Mr. Sawinski provided to the Manitowoc Sheriff's Office on November 6, 2005. December 26, 2020 at 10:42 p.m. Mr. Sawinski emailed StephenAveryLawyers@gmail.com in a summary of what he had observed on November 5, 2005. The subject line of his email was, "We need to talk." Investigation of Thomas Sawinski's credibility. Mr. Avery's current post-conviction counsel conducted an investigation of Mr. Sawinski, which included gathering information about the following: his date of birth, relatives, employment history, telephone numbers, email addresses, possible criminal record, possible civil record, and car and home ownership. Mr. Avery's current post-conviction counsel confirmed that Mr. Sawinski had worked for the Manitowoc Herald-Times during the relevant time period, financial documents dating 2005 through 2006, as well as newspaper articles from 2005 through 2006, listed Mr. Sawinski as a paper carrier of the Manitowoc Herald-Times. Mr. Avery's current post-conviction counsel contacted Mr. Avery's trial defense counsel, Mr. Beauty, who confirmed that Mr. Avery's trial counsel had not received any emails from Mr. Sawinski. Mr. Avery's current post-conviction counsel reviewed all discovery and FOIA requests made by prior counsel and current post-conviction counsel to the Manitowoc Sheriff's Office. Any information relating to the Sawinski evidence was encompassed within those requests and should have been produced, but was not. April 7, 2021. Mr. Avery's current post-conviction counsel sent and delivered a letter to Mr. Sawinski through a local investigator in Denver, Colorado, where Mr. Avery's current post-conviction counsel determined that Mr. Sawinski resided, requesting that Mr. Sawinski contact Mr. Avery's current post-conviction counsel's office immediately. April 8, 2021. Mr. Avery's current post-conviction counsel and her clerks had telephone contact with Mr. Sawinski and arranged the time to speak to him further. April 9, 2021. Mr. Avery's current post-conviction counsel and clerks conducted a phone interview of Mr. Sawinski. Mr. Avery's current post-conviction counsel prepared an affidavit for Mr. Sawinski based on his statement in that interview. Mr. Sawinski indicated that he was going to be visiting family in Manitowoc on April 10, 2021. April 10, 2021. Post-conviction counsel's investigator Stephen Kirby met Mr. Sawinski in person in Manitowoc for an interview and reviewed his affidavit with him. The affidavit described the evidence Mr. Sawinski reported to the Manitowoc Sheriff's Office about what he observed on the Avery property while delivering newspapers on November 5, 2005, as well as the actions he took afterwards. His affidavit included a map indicating where he observed the two males pushing the RAV4. After reviewing his affidavit and making any necessary changes, Mr. Sawinski executed the affidavit before a Wisconsin notary. April 12, 2021. Mr. Avery's current post-conviction counsel filed defendant appellate's motion to stay, appeal, and remand the cause to supplement his post-conviction motion with a new witness affidavit establishing a Brady violation and a new third-party demi-suspect. August 28, 2021. Mr. Avery's current post-conviction counsel listened to all audio recordings in its possession from discovery as well as its own investigation and determined there was no recording matching the description Mr. Sawinski provided to the Manitowoc Sheriff's Office. March 15, 2022. Mr. Avery's current post-conviction counsel, through its investigators, submitted the following 3 new public records requests to the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Office. The first request sought copies of any non-911 recordings in your possession of incoming telephone calls to the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Joint Dispatch Center between the dates of November 3, 2005 at 12:01 a.m. through November 9, 2005 at 11:59 p.m. The second request sought copies of incoming and outgoing telephone call logs of the recorded Manitowoc County Sheriff's Joint Dispatch calls between the dates of November 3, 2005, 12:01 a.m. through November 9, 2005, 11:59 p.m. that relate to the Teresa Halbach investigation. Information should include date, time, and telephone numbers involved in the calls. The third request sought copies of audio recordings of incoming and outgoing calls and or radio dispatches between the dates of November 3, 2005, 12:01 p.m. through November 9, 2005, 11:59 p.m. that relate to the Teresa Halbach investigation.
All right, let's pause right there. You've read quite a bit and kind of led us through the several things, actually. I'm going to back up just a little bit here. So we're at May 3rd, so I can come back. Yeah, it goes back up to page 28, number 91. Banks v. Gretke. This is another case that she cited. United States Supreme Court instructed a rule thus declaring prosecutor may hide, defendant must seek is not tenable in a system constitutionally bound to accord defendants due process. That's a huge statement to me, and it's the key thing in Avery and even Brendan's case that was disregarded completely disregarded. Anyway, I'm not
I
going
think that also pertains to the VLCD myself.
I agree that they should have been turned over. I'm like with Big Jeff. I'm ready to break Dr. Silkman's iPad a couple of times and run over with my, if I had a car, smash it with my car.
So, Jack, could you clarify something? It sounds to me like Kathleen actually got this call through a FOIA.
Yeah.
Finally, in May.
Yeah.
And also, was it Rookie?
Yeah.
That also got the call?
Yeah. That's
and
right.
He sent them to KZ, and she said, no, hold that. Is that?
That's right. That's right.
Okay.
As far as I know, she has everything that he got.
Okay.
Of course, it has to be corroborated through the lawyer, right? That everything has to be done, no matter what is, it has to, it all filters through her. So,
I just think people were maybe misunderstanding that foul play got the call, and
yeah, some were. I've actually straightened a few people out, and we weren't the ones that requested. People have to understand that Rookie has been after all 35 of these DVDs for 2018. He originally got 13, and that's all he could get. Larry Donna told him that's all there was, and that that continued on for years, and then finally someone else took over, and voila, boom, we got more calls. Two of these are DVDs. I talked about this the other night. One of them is marked Halbach Discovery Telco, and the other one's marked Halbach Discovery Radio Traffic or whatever, transmissions, however it's marked. They're two separate ones that finally got those two. So we didn't get it. We helped, but he's the one that did the legwork. We just offered to lend our, but get everything recorded and put on in the playlist for researchers and the like to go and do their own thing. So
to put them on YouTube, you mean?
That's right. On YouTube in a playlist. So they're accessible for everyone. So yeah, it was Rookie. He's bulldog, part bloodhound.
Good for him.
Yeah, absolutely, awesome. Love that guy.
Did he know Rookie how Sawinski sounded? How did he know it was him?
He didn't. He didn't know.
Oh.
No, he didn't. So, as far as I know, he didn't. To my knowledge, he didn't know. So, there's and I'm going to bring this up now. I mean, we can talk about it later too, but there may be questions in the chat that I'm not getting to, and I apologize. I'll be brief. Recently, there's been some postings on Reddit, and I think even on Twitter, from Avery Wave has brought forth some attention about a call from a second bus driver. Now, according to what they have found out, the second bus driver, I just saw the initials of TD. I can't remember their name. Doesn't matter anyway. Saw Teresa on the afternoon of the 31st, and she looked upset. And they were, I guess, where they were at, and just shortly after that saw Bobby with wet hair. And according to what they were told, this second bus driver called NPSO and reported the tip. I've not found that call yet. I haven't done a huge deep dive into it. But if that's true, and there's another call somewhere that we're missing, there's another disc missing. I don't know. I don't want to throw out a big rabbit hole that we can't get out of. I just don't know. I just know what I've been told, and I thought this would be a good place to. It's actually on Reddit and in TikTok, and I think Every also posted some stuff on Twitter as well. So it's very interesting, and hell researcher. I know they've been out on this case for a long time too, so it caught my attention.
Tammy Dean.
Okay, I can go with that. I can't remember. That could be right though.
That's what Case Penn said. Tammy Dean.
Tammy Dent.
Tappy Dern. Oh, Tappy Dern. Tammy Dern. Okay.
No, okay. Dent. D-E-N-T.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Just a couple of points here, guys. First of all, it's definitely not Lisa Buchner, the other bus driver of Brendan and Blaine. That's very, very important, because I do believe that Lisa actually did see Teresa Hallbach taking photographs, but not on October the 31st, and certainly not the van that was all the way down near Stephen and Barb's property, but likely taking photographs at the front where the mailboxes were. And secondly, the other important point, I really like the way Kathleen Zellner highlighted the chronology that her team went through in order to get this discovery of the phone call. So she showed due diligence and a very clever strategy of uncovering that call. But most importantly, the state cannot just say, oh, well, look, we had tips calling in all the time, because Tom Sawinski was able to ID his own voice, and same with his ex-girlfriend. So in other words, considering the timing of that call, I believe it needed to be treated as a very serious tip.
Yeah, and I agree with you wholeheartedly about the Lisa Buchner stuff. I think what she saw was toward the front of because there was no way she could have seen all the way from the drop off all the way down to Barb and Stephen's trailer. You can't do it.
No.
Well, I'm surprised that this hasn't spurred anything else from like an outside agency or even the Wisconsin courts themselves, because here we are, yet another case of a audio recording or a document or something being found all of a sudden that the state has had in its possession all this time, and now it's come to light. Nobody has asked the question, where is all this crap? Where is all of your Teresa Hallbach stuff? Why is stuff being trickled out like this? Nobody in the legal field in Wisconsin is asking this question, and that's appalling. And I think it's going to be funny. It's going to be. I'm going to have my popcorn ready if KZ ever gets a new trial, because she is going to, pardon my term, she's going to rape MTSO and CASO in terms of all their evidence and their custodians. And it's going to be very interesting to see the kind of things she's going to find.
That's why, I've raised so much hell. I mean, I'm into this FOIA game now, have been for a long while. It is appalling. And I know they have a job to do, but it is appalling the roadblocks you run into over the most. It's just like, how do you sit back and think about an excuse why you can't have a record that comes out the way it does? It's just mind-boggling to me. Another thing that they've done, and I talked about this, and it's worth mentioning again, that they employed, going back to right after Man was released and people started sending in open records requests, they teamed up with the lawyer at the DOJ, and they decided, hey, we're not going to let anything go. And then they wrote out this 2.5-page jargon that accompanies so many requests back. Here's why you can't, your request is denied, and here's why. Basically, it's a bunch of legal mumbo jumbo, and then of course it doesn't pass the balancing test of whether it's good for the public or not. Could influence the future litigation, blah blah blah, off into stuff that is completely outside of their own compliance guide that Josh Call wrote and released in 2019, I guess it is now. And there's no consequence. This is the end thing. There's no consequence for something that they clearly should release. It's not going to matter. And they used it. So, how is it that they can just sit and say they have that much control and power? There's no one agency you can call and say, hey, look, you got this custodian. I requested this, and here's the reason why they tell me that I can't have it. It's insane. Sending me a bill for $5,000, or $4,800 for what I requested, which really they really shouldn't charge me anything. I mean, if they want to charge a little bit, I guess I don't think they could have been done all electronically. Maybe a little bit of time if they were doing what I think they should do in terms of how they keep record of open records requests. It's just completely ridiculous. The whole thing is.
Yeah, I mean, DCI playing games saying, oh, we can't release anything because of ongoing litigation, BS. And then, like you just mentioned, I believe it's Manitowoc you're referring to, who wants to send you these phenomenally high bills for something that shouldn't take that much. It's all games. And that doesn't bode well for any of them, because then the question is going to be why were you doing that? Why couldn't you just turn it over?
Well, I mean, he ran it by one of the county lawyers. My request, he ran it by a county lawyer to get advice, I guess. And he's like, well, that's going to take a long time to search for. You need to tack that bill on. So they're basically saying they're putting in things that to discourage me from requesting it. And that goes, again, that goes against their own guide. They're not supposed to do that. But they don't care. And there's no one to report it to. I mean, and so
it
then
violates the FOIA or Freedom of Information Act laws to do that, I believe.
It does. They're not supposed to. They're not supposed to give you news that would discourage you from requesting the information. I don't know what page it's on, but it's there.
Yeah.
So it's really frustrating. But you keep after it, and it's like the one I sent today. I kind of chuckle, but I'm not going to stop. I'm just not.
It's if I could just add the comment, it's a clear case of obfuscation, right? They know that you think about the place that you're doing all these FOIAs, right? They're feeling the heat because there's a lot of attention, right? This case is very, very much active, right? There's a big spotlight on Calumet, MTSO, Wisconsin, law enforcement, and it's a constant bombardment on them, right? So it's a clear case that they don't want to help you. They want to obfuscate and also put a roadblock to your inquiries as much as they can, because a lot of the people giving that information out, they don't know the significance of what they're handing out, right? Case in point, Sunshine Christina gets that draft search warrant, right? There is no way that you give that information out about cremains found at Cuss Road, a blunt, bloody object in the back of the victim's vehicle.
Right.
Are you kidding? Right? And my final point is this. This has an eerie similarity to what happened to Stephen in 1985 with the Colburn call that Colburn received from I think, Brown County.
That's right.
And the mere fact that they wrote a report one day after Stephen gets released. Now, are we now going to see a report suddenly appearing many, many years later down the track, written by Seglaw, right? Because, you've got to write a report. You've got to document, especially tips coming in. And just to answer Travis's question, the fundamental difference between Ramlow's observation and Sawinski's observation is that when Ramlow observed the RAV, he only observed the RAV. He didn't observe a third party next to the RAV.
Right.
Sawinski's is extremely damaging because not only did he see the victim's vehicle being pushed onto the salvage yard the very day that it was found by Pam of God, he also identified at least one individual with their hands on the RAV. So hence, Ramlow's observation is important because it demonstrated that the RAV4 was off the property. Sawinski's observation is extremely important because the victim's vehicle is being pushed onto the salvage yard, and hence it makes sense, right? There's no conflict between what Ramlow reported to what Tom Sawinski reported. So it starts to all add up, and it's very damaging for the state.
Yep. I agree. Okay. We could continue on a little bit with what you were saying there a minute ago, Doc. Kathleen has done a really good job here of laying out the timeline is associated with Sawinski and all the different steps that were taken, to get the information from him, and then eventually the recording of the call into MTSO. Finally,
I was going to say, Jet 61. Isn't it ridiculous that Kathleen Zellner has to show due diligence in finding that call because the state are going to throw in her face, well, how come Stephen's defense attorneys didn't do the same type of searches, right? So she has to document step by step exactly why Stephen's attorneys never got their information and why, due to her diligence, really by fluke when you think about it, up pops the Sawinski call to the MTSO. Beautiful.
Yeah, and that goes back up. Go ahead, Tyler.
I was going to say that's one of the big things I actually liked in this motion is the way she laid that out in that timeline like that, because that essentially destroys any argument they're going to have for procedural bar, because she's laid it out when it happened, how it happened, et cetera, et cetera. So any argument they would have had are now null and void. So it's almost like she's like, well, there goes your procedural bar. What else you got?
Right. Well, and it goes back up to what I scrolled back up to a second ago about prosecutors, police playing hide and seek with information. They can't do that. That completely kills your idea of due process for any defendant. I don't care if they're rich or poor, whatever. You got to play the game in even the adversarial arena. It's got to be played fairly, and they didn't. It wasn't turned over. And the reality is, I've said this too. Loy should have had these calls because he was on the case for 100 days. I mean, there was absolutely no reason that those dispatch calls from both counties. I'm going to tell you, I'll bet you, and of course, I would never get them. I'll bet you that there's calls for the DCI as well that got recorded that we'll never get. I've talked about this with some others before. There's no report or anything that says that they were on the radio, blah, blah, blah. But they were. They have their own radios, a different frequency, but they can tie in with these other law enforcement agencies. Most of them, especially the larger counties, have a designated channel that the state cops, the state patrol, and local police talk on. I'll bet you that there's radio audio that we'll never get. I'm going to tell you one more thing before we move on about audio, because I guess I've listened to so much of it. Now, I'm not talking about dispatch calls, but when you consider all the other calls, I'm talking about between Stephen and whoever, Jody and whoever, Brendan and whoever, you start talking about other recordings. So many of them are so fucked up. They are a disaster. They're a complete disaster. It's like they were treated with, I don't even know the right word, but they're not good. I mean, yeah, I think about the Barb interview when they took her to Aurora Medical Center. That recording is horrendously bad. It's horrible. The Bobby interview is horrendously awful. It's terrible. So that's just another aspect of audio, of how they handled this electronic information in the case. So, all right. There's no more questions or comments. I'm going to have Susan. Oh, yeah, please.
Oh, sorry, Doc. On you go.
I was going to make I know this is a bit cheeky of me. I wonder if all of this ties into the fact that Ken Kratz was like laying an egg during the time, remember, in the trial regarding the voicemail messages. He did not want the jury to hear about the voicemail messages and the fact that they got deleted. I wonder what was on those calls.
He ran from that like a... He did.
Yeah, he did.
Actually, the jury was excused twice and the witness was excused once during that whole thing. Go ahead, Doc.
Correct, considering what we now know about the Sawinski call.
Yeah.
Right? You wonder, you now start to wonder whether they were phoning Teresa's voicemail and leaving messages, etc., i.e. law enforcement, and they didn't want that on the record because it's really weird, right? Timing-wise, the fact that Sawinski calls on November the 6th, and you've got all this controversy by Kratz in court saying, well, you know, is the defense now saying that Teresa Halbach was alive on November the 2nd or whatever? So you start to now think laterally and you go, oh my God, I wonder whether all of this is connected, because here's the ultimate question. If the judge and the jury had heard this evidence by Tom Sawinski in the 2007 trial, would it have changed the outcome of the trial for Stephen and for Brendan, considering that the star witness was Bobby Dassey against his own uncle, right? And that's exactly what Kathleen Zellner is saying. Would have the outcome have been different? In my opinion, I do believe that's the case.
I think so. I think so too. I think that the jury would have had to stood up and taken notice of that. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it certainly would have changed. It would have changed the outcome of Stephen's trial, because now you have another different suspect, and not only that, but it's the state star witness. So now you're adding a suspect and you're destroying the state's case at the same time. So I don't know. I think it would have been monumentally impossible to have gotten a guilty verdict on that one. But when it comes to Brendan, I don't know that that's still the case, because remember, Brendan's was all about his confession. And even if somebody were to walk in and have said, I'm the one that killed her, they would still be able to say, yeah, but Brendan probably helped because he confessed to it. So I think Brendan's screwed either way because of that damn confession.
Oh yeah, the unindicted co-defendant, absolutely. Yeah.
Says that she was listening to phone calls today, and she said that there's a call into dispatch on the 7th about some of the citizens using the radios that day. Are there any of those radio calls the citizens?
Not that I've ever heard, no. No. They may have been listening in, they may have had a scanner or something to monitor. That goes to another part. We did get a few phone calls finally on November 4th from Manitowoc between Link and Wiegert. Wiegert wanted coordinates for the Avery salvage yard and for the zippers, but we have 0 radio transmissions. None. And that's a real problem. It's a real red flag, no matter how you cut it. And this to this missing person. The case had not been turned over to Calumet at that time. So where are all these radio transmissions for November 4th for Manitowoc? Gone.
No doubt.
Same place the blunt and bloody instrument is. The zipper voicemail. The zipper voicemail. Mm-hmm. The rest of the flyover footage. The second tape of the second 8mm. Okay, I can keep on going. I'm sorry.
God, yeah.
Well, it is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. The adjudication, I think Doc said. And Rhonda, I do have to say, congrats. You got through corroborated 3 times, I think, there in that passage. Good for you. That is awesome.
I've been practicing. I really have, because it's not something, it's funny, but it's a little embarrassing. I am 60 years old. I should know how to say that with R's instead of W's.
Yeah, but you grew up with the you grew up with Wascally Wabbit, so you're fine.
I did. I grew up with Elmer Fudd. That's right.
So did I. You know, that was part of our life. So anyway, all right, Susan, if there's no more questions, comments, let's move on to a little bit more. No, go ahead.
Sorry, Jack. James is saying, I read a story, I think, KZ posted, where a guy falsely confessed and they tried him 3 times. He was found guilty 3 times and yet found his freedom. So there is hope for Brendan. New evidence should help him too. If he was denied due process, shouldn't that help?
Well, you would think so, yeah. I mean, Fox, to me, I've said it before, Fox should have corrected that case in 2010 at the latest. Should have been corrected prior to that, but there was so much collaboration between Kaczynski. Kaczynski ruined that case, and Fox didn't correct it. And, you know, the role is so limited on what they can do to make corrections to state cases now because of ADEPA. So, I don't know. We'll see. Keep hope alive. I mean, Brendan got screwed. Go ahead.
Yeah, he did. He did. And that's also caught up with questions and that now, Jack. So.
Oh, caught up on questions? We're good? Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Can I? So, you know, could you imagine if somehow Kathleen Zellner is able to subpoena Ken Kratz and put him on the stand and ask him the direct question, were you aware of the Sawinski call? Now, wouldn't that be interesting? And the reason why I asked that, of course he would never answer it, is because it now explains what the state did with the Veely CD. They deep-sixed it.
Oh,
and that tends to suggest that maybe they were aware of the Sawinski call, because otherwise, why would you call it Brendan's computer and why would you hide it for all these years and then state there was nothing of evidentiary value on it, where Kathleen Zellner is using it as a major part of a prong for a perfect Denny, right? So in one situation, they totally diffused it, but Zellner is using it as one of her Denny prongs. So isn't that remarkable how the state completely didn't want to know about the Veely CD because they knew that it was going to make their star witness look really bad.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely.
Yep.
Okay, looks like we've got the porn bots rolling in. Apologies, everyone. We can't stop it. All we can do is remove them and delete them. So the mods will be on that. Okay, let's continue forward. Susan, you want to read for bid? Give Rhonda a break. Starting at May 3rd, 2022.
Okay. In response to Mr. Avery's current post-conviction counsel's March 15th, 2022 public records request through its investigator, for the first time, recordings were provided to Mr. Avery's current post-conviction counsel, who thoroughly reviewed and listened to all the audio recordings and located one of interest, which took place on November 6, 2005 at 10:28 p.m. Underscored, for the first time, the time and date of the calls were revealed on the track files. August 6, 2022. Current post-conviction counsel's investigator, Stephen Kirby, met with Mr. Sawinski's former girlfriend, Ms. Novak, on August 6, 2022, and played for her the audio recording from November 6, 2005 at 10:28 p.m. Ms. Novak identified the voice on the call as Mr. Sawinski's. Ms. Novak provided Mr. Avery's current post-conviction counsel with an affidavit regarding her voice identification and her recollection of being with Mr. Sawinski when he placed the November 6th call to the Manitowoc Sheriff's Office. Same day, August 6, 2022, current post-conviction counsel's investigator, Stephen Kirby, met with Mr. Sawinski and played for him the audio recording from November 6, 2005 at 10:28 p.m. Mr. Sawinski identified the voice on the call as his. Mr. Sawinski provided Mr. Avery's current post-conviction counsel with an affidavit regarding his voice identification. Number 96. As stated above, after a very thorough investigation of Mr. Sawinski individually and of the accuracy of the information he provided as the Sawinski evidence, Mr. Avery's current post-conviction counsel determined that the Sawinski evidence necessitates filing a third 97406 motion. Number 97. In order for the defendant to prevail on the third component of the Brady analysis, the suppressed evidence must be material. See State v. Harris. The evidence is material only if there is a reasonable probability that, had the evidence been disclosed to the defense, the result of the proceeding would have been different. In Kiles v. Whitley, the court noted, the question is not whether the defendant would more likely than not have received a different verdict with the evidence, but whether in its absence he received a fair trial, understood as a trial resulting in a verdict worthy of confidence. A reasonable probability is lower than a preponderance of evidence standard. It is demonstrated where the defense shows that the failure undermined confidence in the conviction. Youngblood v. West Virginia.
Yeah, just briefly, a brief comment before you get to 99. To me, this one here says a lot too. It's very telling in everything that's there. Reasonable probability. The absence of this being there, did it change the outcome? That's what I get from it, and I think it would have. I think if this had been presented to the jury, they would have had a really difficult time coming back with a guilty verdict, because it would have undermined a lot of the state's claims with Bobby's testimony.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think the other main thing she points out is a lot of folks probably were under the impression that this new information would have had to have changed the verdict of the trial, and she's pointing out here that is not the case. It could have been the same verdict, but it would have changed whether he got a fair trial. That's a big piece.
That's exactly right. That's exactly what I think. All right, go ahead with 99.
Okay, 99. Mr. Avery's conviction for first-degree intentional homicide was, in large part, based on trial defense counsel's unsuccessful efforts to name a third-party Denny suspect that met all of the Denny requirements. The Sawinski evidence meets the Denny requirements and makes Bobby a third-party Denny suspect in the murder of Ms. Halbach. Also, the Sawinski evidence meets the Denny requirements of establishing Bobby as having framed Mr. Avery for the murder. Bobby's possession of Ms. Halbach's vehicle gave him access and opportunity to plant Mr. Avery's blood and DNA and to remove evidence from the vehicle and plant it in Mr. Avery's bedroom, Ms. Halbach's key, and burn barrel, Ms. Halbach's electronic devices. The Sawinski new and material evidence was suppressed when the Manitowoc Sheriff's Office failed to disclose the November 6, 2005, 10:28 p.m. audio recording pursuant to defense discovery requests. The disclosure of the audio recording would have led to the identification of Mr. Sawinski and the evidence he has provided, which directly connects Bobby to the murder and the framing of Mr. Avery. The Sawinski evidence is both material and favorable to Mr. Avery's case. 100. The Sawinski evidence is material because it makes Bobby a third-party Denny suspect in the murder, as well as the source of the planted evidence that was used to convict Mr. Avery. The Sawinski evidence also impeaches Bobby's testimony and refutes the state's theory that Ms. Halbach's Rob 4 never left the Avery property and that Mr. Avery was the last person to see Ms. Halbach alive. Further, materially favorable evidence not only includes exculpatory evidence, but also evidence that is impeaching of a prosecution witness. Evidence tending to demonstrate the lack of credibility of a prosecution witness is material, especially where the prosecution's case depends on the credibility of that witness. 101. Bobby was the state's primary witness against Mr. Avery at his trial. During his opening statement, Prosecutor Kratz explicitly informed the jury of the significance of Bobby's putative observations on the date of Ms. Halbach's disappearance. You're going to hear that Bobby Dassey was the last person, the last citizen that will have seen Teresa Halbach alive. Bobby testified that he observed Ms. Halbach's vehicle pull up in his driveway at 2:30 p.m. on October 31, 2005. Bobby then observed Ms. Halbach exit her vehicle and start taking pictures of his mom's maroon van right in front of his trailer. Bobby testified that he observed Ms. Halbach walking toward the door of Mr. Avery's trailer. He testified that he never saw her again after that. He then testified that he took 3 or 4 minute shower and then left his trailer to go hunting. Bobby walked to his Chevy Blazer, which was parked between the trailer and garage. He testified that as he walked to his vehicle, he observed Ms. Halbach's vehicle still parked in the driveway. He further testified that he did not see Ms. Avery, Ms. Halbach, or any signs of her. 102. Contrary to Bobby's trial testimony that Ms. Halbach was still on the Avery property when Bobby left to go bow hunting, Brian, Bobby's brother, told law enforcement that Bobby saw Ms. Halbach leave the Avery property on October 31, 2005. On November 6, 2005, special agents with the Wisconsin DOJ Division of Criminal Investigation interviewed Brian. When the investigators asked Brian about the events of October 31, 2005, he told the investigators that he was not at home during the day other than waking up and going to work. He told the investigators the following. Brian said he heard from his mom that Brian said that he heard from his mom and Stephen that Halbach was only at their residence about 5 minutes. He heard she just took the photo of the van and left. Brian said the investigators should also talk to his brother Bobby because he saw her leave their property. The state was in possession of this report at the time of Mr. Avery's trial. Despite knowing this information, the state presented false testimony from Bobby. 103. On October 16, 2017, Brian provided current post-conviction counsel with an affidavit confirming that Bobby told him he saw Ms. Halbach leave the Avery property on October 31, 2005. In his affidavit, Brian stated as follows. On or about November 4, 2005, I returned to my mother's trailer to retrieve some clothes, and I had a conversation with my brother, Bobby, about Teresa Halbach. I distinctly remember Bobby telling me, Stephen could not have killed her because I saw her leave the property on October 31, 2005. Brian provided Mr. Avery's current post-conviction counsel with this affidavit after Mr. Avery's second post-conviction motion was filed and the circuit court ruled on it. Affidavit of Brian Dassey. Number 104. The appellate court highlighted the importance of the Sawinski evidence when it stated the following in its July 28, 2021 opinion. To admit evidence at trial that Dassey could have killed Halbach, Avery would have had to provide some evidence at the pretrial Denny hearing directly connecting Dassey to the crime. State v. Scheidel, evidence that another party committed the crime may be admissible pursuant to Denny if the defendant can show 1. The third party's motive, 2. The third party's opportunity to commit the crime, and 3. Some evidence directly connecting the third party to the crime. That Dassey possibly possessed violent pornographic images might have conceivably satisfied a separate requirement, motive, but is insufficient in and of itself to allow admission of third-party liability evidence. Avery failed to meet the direct connection requirement in his original Denny motion and has not presented additional evidence on this point in motion number 4. He has now.
Yeah.
While the appellate court determined that Mr. Avery did not have sufficient evidence to meet the Denny requirements to admit evidence at trial that Bobby could have killed Ms. Halbach, it also advised that the Sawinski evidence could be that missing direct connection. 105. Because the Sawinski evidence was suppressed, trial defense counsel was not able to establish Bobby as a third-party Denny suspect or impeach Bobby's trial testimony as the state's primary witness. As a result, Mr. Avery did not receive a fair trial. Mr. Avery had a constitutionally guaranteed right to present a complete defense to the charges against him. 106. Prior to the discovery of the Sawinski evidence, the appellate court stated that impeaching Bobby would not have undermined the cumulative effect of the significant forensic and other evidence implicating Avery in the crime committed on his property. However, the discovery of the Sawinski evidence transforms this evidence from implicating Mr. Avery to implicating Bobby in the murder and planting evidence to frame Mr. Avery. Even if this court determines that the evidence implicating Mr. Avery remains significant, it is unconstitutional to refuse to allow a defendant to present a defense simply because the evidence against him is overwhelming. Because the existence of the new Sawinski evidence, Mr. Avery must be allowed to present a defense based upon it.
Now, let's pause right there. And this section 106 says a lot as well.
It's really spelled out, isn't it?
It really is.
The importance of Sawinski. Yeah.
That's right. Even if they find the other evidence overwhelming, this must be considered. And I think she's right. Comments? Questions? I wanted to pause here and see if we got...
This explains why a Kathleen Zellner cannot bring in another third party to say that the forensic evidence was planted by law enforcement, because that would weaken her argument, right? So she very, very cleverly has gone with the very simple approach that, okay, there's a direct connection now of Bobby Dassey with the victim's vehicle. He therefore had in his control and possession the components of the vehicle which could have been planted. If he was responsible for the murder, he was in charge of her remains or body or whatever like that. So hence the primary person that planted the forensic evidence against Stephen is Bobby Dassey. So she has gone for a laser-focused, simple approach. Her case will be highly weakened if she now starts bringing in other components. Oh, law enforcement did this, law enforcement did that. Do you know what I mean? So she can be attacked multiple grounds, whereas now the spotlight is on one individual. but in effect, it's not. It's not only Bobby Dassey, it's the person who helped Bobby Dassey move the RAV4, because he could be potentially a co-conspirator, right? But that could all be discussed in court. But can you see how she's made this really tight, but only focusing on Bobby Dassey? Why? Because of the Sawinski observation of a direct connection to the victim's vehicle. So if you've got control of the vehicle and you're the murderer, it means you've got access to everything. So how is the court going to get away with this? That'll be very interesting.
It will be. Travis made a comment in the live chat. He said Bobby said that he left property to go bow hunting and the vehicle was still at Stevens, and he did. He did say that, but he also made this other statement to Brian. I can't remember which DCI report it is, on November 4th, somewhere in that effect. That's when he told those agents that they needed to talk to him, because he was told that Bobby said that hey, Teresa left. He couldn't have murdered her. He couldn't have killed her. So
not only that, but remember that call with Barb, Scott, and Steven. Barb also confirms that she left the property. So how would she have known that unless Bobby also told her that too? So yeah, that's he says one thing to other people, but then testifies to completely the opposite. So I mean that paints him as a liar right off the bat, among his many lies.
Yeah, I mean it really makes him compromised to me, really compromised at this point.
Well, the damning thing, of course, here, guys, is the statement by Brian and how early it was in the investigation.
Yep.
So no one can say that, oh, look, Brian Dassey only said that comment 4 months later, 1 year later, 3 years. No. This was in a very short, narrow time frame, which the investigators knew. And that explains why Deirdre asked him again, Bobby Dassey again, in case 02, of which Bobby Dassey denied it, right? So quite clearly, the investigators were still very concerned about what had happened. And remember what Deirdre said and the other detective? We're not going to do a gotcha, Bobby, i.e., is there anything you want to tell us? You better tell us now, because they obviously knew that Kathleen Zellner was stirring the pot, right? And Bobby denied everything.
Yep, he did. Yeah, I'll tell you. Oh, we got more bots. Sorry, guys.
Travis, he stated on there, I don't think Flowers is going to find Bobby was central, and that's my fear as well. That goes into the, how badly or not the state will be able to kind of destroy Sawinski's credibility. But I don't think KZ really cares about that. I think she is solely looking to open the door using Denny, and as long as she can get Denny in, she can get a new trial, and that's what she's really pushing for. Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I was doing some reporting here. I apologize. Yeah, it makes me wonder also if she is able to get a hearing. We talked about this a little bit ago, and I've been thinking about it as we've been going through this document. Who else she could potentially call and get on the stand under oath. And what will they say? Where will that lead us?
Travis says, I don't think Flowers is going to find Bobby was central. Well, he was right there, Travis, when she was on the property.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're with the people that they would subpoena. You put Sawinski on the stand. We already have his affidavit, so really they don't even have to put him on the stand, but they will, because the court will want to hear it, directly from the horse's mouth. But he's going to get up there and he's going to say, I saw Bobby Dassey and this other individual pushing that vehicle. And
they're going to say, well, why didn't you name Bobby Dassey?
And that's part of the their process that they'll try to tear down his story piece from piece. But I think I don't know that they would be able to get away from having to use Bobby to try to destroy that story. They would, I would think they would have to put Bobby up there to say it wasn't him. Because if he doesn't say it wasn't him, how can you possibly make a ruling saying it wasn't? You can't.
No, you can't. Absolutely agree with that.
And of course, the other
and Mike O needs to get on the stand too.
That's correct.
Yeah.
But the other damaging thing is the mere fact that the RAV was not where it was meant to be according to the state. Clearly, the RAV had been off the property and pushed on. That, how powerful that is. That immediately puts a spotlight off Stephen. And not only that, Stephen said quite clearly on November the 9th or maybe even earlier, to the investigators, I saw her leave. I saw her vehicle do a left-hand turn on 147.
That's right.
And what is really damning? Who was around Highway 147 at that critical time? Bobby Dassey and Scott Tadich, who had both allied each other. Where did they find the RAV? Where did Ramlo spot the RAV? At the turnaround. And where's the turnaround? Very close to Scott Tadich's home. So all of a sudden, you've got this tight net around a few individuals, not random individuals in the population, but a few highly important individuals. And I want to state that Bobby Dassey is the star witness because Bobby Dassey's and Stephen's stories diverge 180 degrees, right? Stephen said, I saw her leave. Bobby Dassey goes, no. When I went bow hunting, I saw her walking towards the trailer. I also saw her RAV4, and when I came back, her RAV4 was gone.
Yep.
So, who's the only person that saw Teresa Hallbart come onto the property and take pictures? Two people did, Stephen and Bobby. And here's the problem for Bobby. Stephen said, when I came out to go over to my sister's place, his Blazer was gone.
Right.
So, wait a minute. If Stephen says, I saw her leave, well, Bobby went in the same direction, right? So it's damaging for Bobby. So Bobby has to protect himself by saying, oh, no. When I went bow hunting, she was still there. I saw her RAV and she was walking towards my uncle's trailer. Bang. And that's why he's the star witness. Otherwise, he could have simply said, I didn't see anybody. I was in the shower. That's it. But he involved himself in the narrative. And he had to. You know why? Because his uncle saw him leave. He went out there and he said, I went to go to my sister's house and his Blazer was gone, which meant that Bobby had to say, yeah, I left to go bow hunting. Right, so he's in a bind, right? Because the defense can say, well, hey, my client, Stephen, saw Teresa Hallbart get in a vehicle and leave. But we now know that Bobby Dassey followed her, right? So in a way, he was in a bind. He had to admit that he had seen Teresa. Otherwise, how was he going to explain why he left and followed Teresa Hallbart at that critical time?
Yeah, I'm also wondering, Doc, considering, and everybody, everybody can think about this. After her last PCR, what did Queso do? He went and re-interviewed. I'm just wondering if this is going to spur another investigation and more talking to people. I'm just curious.
Travis says 106 is the most important part.
Oh, the PCR? Yeah, it's huge. It is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually going to highlight that one because yeah, I'll do it.
Yep, that's the law on the whole thing.
It is. And again, I'm wondering if they're going to go out and do more investigation. You know, and we talked a lot about open records and so forth. And as I said earlier, I submitted a pretty lengthy, it's actually the longest open records request I've ever submitted. And there's things in it that we don't have. As far as I know, no one has them. I don't know if it'll get us anything. It may not. Chances are it won't. You look through all these pieces of thing and they're irrelevant, but they run across that one thing, you never know. I'm just curious.
And it may just change when Wiegert finally leaves.
It might.
Yep.
Yep, it very might. I don't know exactly. He's going to take the reins. I think they pointed toward Brett Bowe. He's been there for a long time too. I actually think he's a little bit older than Wiegert, maybe taking his spot, but I don't know if there's a sheriff a race or I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what's going on. We need to check on that. The times I think end of the year or maybe November, December timeframe is when he's done. I think.
Not
I don't know.
Soon enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's kind of a point I want to throw out there. Is I've been saying for the longest time what it's going to take to get at least Stephen out, possibly Brendan, and that is having somebody in that inner circle spill the beans.
Right. Yeah.
Now, so you have to think about what was Stephen's problem during the first trial. It was limited resources. He had $400,000 to work with. That's it. And Buting and Strang took up half of that just being present. And then they had very, very little to try to do everything else with. And then since then, with all the appeals, they pretty much had the backing of the court because of the procedural bar and all that business. So they had no reason to be afraid. If KZ gets if KZ succeeds in an evidentiary hearing proving the Denny piece and gets a new trial, now you're facing Stephen Avery with the defense attorney with damn near limitless resources because she's a multimillionaire.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And yeah, and now also she's going to get access to every piece of evidence that exists. So if there was ever going to be anything to put the fear of God in one of the players in this case, any of them, to break, that would be it. And the whole idea of there's no honor among thieves, that applies to this case because there's a bunch of thieves on the state side of the house, to include some of these witnesses like a Bobby Dassey or a Ryan Hillikus or whoever else it might be. They will turn on each other.
Oh, to keep out of jail? You damn right they will. Absolutely. There's no doubt about it. What was the case here that just recently, the Breonna, what's her name? Breonna Taylor? In this federal investigation, it turned out that this, I can't think of the cop's name. She said that they colluded and lied and blah, 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 and all this stuff I can't think of her name. I think Ronnie, you posted the story the last night, or I'm talking about
search warrant. The cops that
yes, that was it.
That falsified the search warrants.
Yeah, that was it. And well, there's just so many avenues here that I can see this thing breaking wide open. But, we'll see. Okay, let's continue. Let's march on forward. 107, Susan, whenever you're ready.
Okay. 107. Excuse me. A reasonable probability of a different result exists if the suppressed information undermines confidence in the verdict. The suppressed Sawinski call undermines confidence in Mr. Avery's verdict. Its disclosure would have led to the discovery of the Sawinski evidence, which establishes Bobby as a third-party Denny suspect in both the murder and planting of evidence to frame Mr. Avery. It also impeaches Bobby's trial testimony, which he fabricated in order to exculpate himself and frame Mr. Avery for the murder of Ms. Halbach. Mr. Avery is not procedurally barred from raising his Brady claim. 108. A motion for relief under 97406 is a part of the original criminal action and may be made at any time. However, a defendant must meet certain requirements. All grounds for relief available to a person under this section must be raised in his or her original, supplemental, or amended motion. Any ground finally adjudicated or not so raised, or knowingly, voluntarily, and intelligently waived in the proceeding that resulted in the conviction or sentence, or in any other proceeding the person has taken to secure relief, may not be the basis for a subsequent motion, unless the court finds a ground for relief asserted which, for sufficient reason, was not asserted or was inadequately raised in the original, supplemental, or amended motion. 109. In State v. Escalona Naranjo, the Wisconsin Supreme Court held that any claim that could have been raised on direct appeal or in a previous Wisconsin statute 97406 post-conviction motion is barred from being raised in a subsequent 97406 absent a sufficient reason. The Escalona Naranjo doctrine provides that a ground for relief raised by the defendant in a later filed 97406 motion may be summarily denied by the trial court in its discretion without a decision on the merits of the claim if the ground for relief could have and should have been raised in the original, supplemental, or amended 97406 motion. 110. In the context of a 97406 motion, the defendant must describe with specificity his or her sufficient reason for failing to raise the claim in an earlier proceeding. That is, the defendant must show why his or her claim is not procedurally barred under 97406-4. 111. On April 12, 2021, Mr. Avery filed the Sawinski motion to stay his appeal and remand for evaluation of a new claim. The appellate court determined that the circuit court should resolve on a standalone basis the Sawinski motion through a new Wisconsin 97406 motion. The appellate court also stated that, pursuant to Escalona Naranjo, Avery will need to demonstrate why he could not have previously raised this claim, including in his June 2017 motion, before the merits can be reached. 112. Current post-conviction counsel could not have sought the Sawinski motion filed with the appellate court prior to April 12, 2021, and the current motion prior to May of 2022. Therefore, the motions could not have been filed in any prior proceeding, including the filing of the June 2017 second post-conviction motion. The Sawinski evidence relayed by Mr. Sawinski to the Manitowoc Sheriff's Office was never provided to Mr. Avery's prior counsel by the state. The Sawinski evidence was only discovered by Mr. Avery's current post-conviction counsel after being alerted to its existence by Mr. Sawinski in December of 2020. Current post-conviction counsel had to then thoroughly investigate and corroborate Mr. Sawinski and the Sawinski evidence. As paragraph 83 above illustrates, Mr. Avery's current post-conviction counsel was diligent in investigating and corroborating Mr. Sawinski and the Sawinski evidence. 113. The Sawinski evidence provided to the Manitowoc Sheriff's Office on November 6, 2005 was unknown to Mr. Avery and undiscoverable at the time of Mr. Avery's 2017 post-conviction motion, 2013 post-conviction motion, direct appeal, and the 2007 trial. It could not have been known or discovered by Mr. Avery because Mr. Sawinski had not come forward to Mr. Avery's current post-conviction counsel until April of 2021, and the state had suppressed the audio recording of his November 6, 2005 phone call to the Manitowoc Sheriff's Office reporting his observations on November 5, 2005. 114. Therefore, the Sawinski evidence was unknown at the time of Mr. Avery's conviction, was not discoverable by reasonable diligence, and was not under the control or knowledge of Mr. Avery at any time prior to Mr. Sawinski's contacting Mr. Avery's current post-conviction counsel in December of 2020. 115. It is axiomatic that the discovery of a Brady violation subsequent to filing a motion pursuant to 97402 or 97406 constitutes a sufficient reason for failing to raise the issue in a prior motion. See State v. Allen, noting a defendant's unawareness of the legal basis of his claim may constitute a sufficient reason in satisfaction of 97406. The defendant's unawareness of the factual basis of his claim was inextricably intertwined with the legal basis of his claim. 116. Even if the court determines there is not a Brady violation, the Sawinski evidence qualifies as newly discovered evidence as described above. Mr. Avery has a sufficient reason for not having brought forth the newly discovered evidence because Mr. Avery did not know and could not have known about the Sawinski evidence until Mr. Sawinski came forward in December of 2020 after Mr. Avery's appeal was pending. 117. Therefore, the court should find that Mr. Avery is not procedurally barred from raising his newly discovered evidence claim or his new Brady claim regarding the Sawinski evidence.
Pause right
she
there.
Made that pretty clear.
She did. She cleared it all the way up, all the way through. If there's any comments on that before we proceed forward, we'll break here for just a moment.
Don't you dare try and pull that one on me again.
I haven't looked at the live comments. Yeah, I'm not seeing. Yep.
Travis is just reiterating paragraphs number 106 or 105 or 106. I think you highlighted it about the forensic evidence is overwhelming. It still warrants a new trial, even if the forensic evidence. And he's saying that we need to focus on that and pay attention to that. I think you did, though. I think you've highlighted it.
Well, I highlighted the one below it, but I need to. I'll go back and once we're done, I'll go back and highlight 106, so we'll have it for future use. But yeah, I agree.
Can I make a comment?
Please.
Right. Well, and I understand what Travis is saying. Here's the issue, right? Prior to Sawinski, let's get Sawinski right out of the equation. And I've always said this, the number one damning piece of evidence against Stephen was his blood in the RAV4, right? I think we all agree with that. Forget about everything else. Everything else can be easily planted and manipulated in the laboratory. Easy, it can be done. Prior to Sawinski, Stephen's defense team could only point a finger at Lenk as being able to get access to the blood vial and place it into the RAV4, right? They had to point at Lenk because he was the evidence custodian, etc., etc. He could have had access to that blood vial. Now we know through DNA methylation analysis that blood isn't from the blood vial 1996, right? So you can effectively dispel planting by law enforcement of Stephen Avery's blood into the RAV4, because they wouldn't have had access to his blood, fresh blood. And here's why Sawinski's observation is killer. And that is, he stated that he saw Bobby Dassey directly with the victim's vehicle. Now, we know that on November the 3rd, that's when Stephen had recut open his wound. Stephen stated he went to Barb's house, and there was Bobby, there was a Blaine, I think there was Barb there as well. So he's stating, oh, my nephew saw that I had bled. So I went home and I bled into the sink. The closest person to Stephen's trailer would be Bobby, right? Because he's literally 100 feet, 200 feet from the trailer?
Yep.
Therefore, no matter how ludicrous, no matter how crazy it is, if Tom Sawinski is saying, I saw Bobby Dassey directly touching the victim's vehicle, then you can also make the argument, okay, he must have known where the vehicle was dumped because he put it there. Why? Because he retrieved it and he planted it on the property, which means that he was waiting for an opportunity to get the RAV and put it on the salvage yard. That blood would have already been in the RAV. He would have planted that blood on November the 3rd, right? When Stephen went to Menards. So Zellner's argument is, hey, if Bobby had access to the RAV and Bobby knew, no matter how ridiculous this is, and Bobby knew that Stephen had bled, since Stephen doesn't lock up his trailer, and since Bobby knew where the victim's vehicle was because Bobby murdered her, then there's a motivation by Bobby to point to his uncle. And his uncle's the perfect person to nail. Why? Because he's suing the MTSO, right? He's been in prison before, right? He's not very popular amongst the family. Easy to set up. So, means, opportunity, motive, Bobby Dassey ticks all the boxes, right? And so now Kathleen Zellner can explain, yep, that's how Stephen's fresh blood got in the RAV. Bobby got it from the sink and planted it that night. He then went with another person, retrieved the RAV because he knew his uncle Chuck was gone to Crivets, his brother was gone to Crivets, and his uncle Stephen was going to Crivets that morning, right? So hence, he had the opportunity. He knows the salvage yard. He knows the layout. What better person to do it? I'm not saying he did it, but Zellner can present this as a package and say, hey, means, motive, opportunity, Bobby Dassey ticks all the boxes.
Boom.
Just an opinion. Just an opinion. So now, before Stephen's attorneys could only point to law enforcement for planting the blood because of the stipulation that they had in place of no mentioning of third-party suspects. Zellner doesn't have that restraint and is using it.
Yeah, she knew she had to overcome Denny. She had to.
Correct.
And she's done it.
Correct. And as somebody put the comment, just Rhonda, they got A23, right? They got the flash card. They've got fingerprints, right? So therefore, she'll say, okay, give me the RAV and I'll prove that Bobby Dassey was in that vehicle. Does the state want to know that? I don't think so.
No, they don't. Travis said to ask for this.
Yeah.
Travis, go ahead, Sabra.
I was going to say a lot of the comments, and Travis, I'm right there with you. I am very pessimistic about a lot of the stuff involved in around the case and all of that. I find it very unlikely that some things are going to happen, and so the same goes for getting an evidentiary hearing. I'm pessimistic about it, but I'm also a little bit more hopeful than I had been on the previous motion, simply because of she's gone from wielding a sledgehammer to wielding a scalpel, and the way she's framed the argument kind of forces the state to have to refute Bobby being the one pushing that RAV. I don't know how they get around that. I've tried to go through my head of what the possible arguments the state has, aside from the procedural bar, which I don't think they can use that now. I've tried to think about what their argument could possibly be to prevent an evidentiary hearing. What argument could they make to tell Judge Flowers there is no hearing needed, and here's why? I haven't been able to come up with that argument.
Yeah, I agree. Travis wanted this reread. I thought, I
was going to say, and the key difference is Sawinski's observation, which means that, of course, the state is going to attack Sawinski from all angles. Now, what is important is, what did Sawinski tell Sergeant Seglow?
Yes.
Did he actually mention Bobby Dassey on November the 6th, right? That's the key thing. And so Zellner can say, well, Sergeant Seglow, where's your report? And why wasn't it disclosed? So it is looking bad for the state.
Before we move forward, we can continue this conversation, but Travis had asked for this to be reread. This is 106, what we've been talking about, and I'll reread it. Prior to the discovery of the Sawinski evidence, the appellate court stated the impeaching Bobby would not have undermined the cumulative effect of the significant forensic and other evidence implicating Avery in a crime committed on his property. However, the discovery of the Sawinski evidence transforms this evidence from implicating Mr. Avery to implicating Bobby in the murder and planting evidence to frame Mr. Avery. Even if this court determines that the evidence is implicating Mr. Avery remains significant, it is unconstitutional to refuse to allow a defendant to present a defense simply because the evidence against him is overwhelming. See State v. Wilson. Because of the existence of the new Sawinski evidence, Mr. Avery must be allowed to present a defense based upon it. I think that says
that's correct. That's correct. So the tipping point is this. Prior to Sawinski, Stephen's defense attorneys can only point to law enforcement. There's one problem with pointing to law enforcement. There is no evidence that anyone saw law enforcement directly planting blood in the vehicle.
That's right.
After Sawinski, Kathleen Zellner can say, here's your state star witness. He's with the victim's vehicle. I am now accusing him of planting everything. Now disprove it. That's a much stronger point, because no one saw, the implication was Colburn was standing in front of the RAV, right, when he called the plates. This now usurps that, because someone directly observed Bobby with Teresa's vehicle. Notice the difference. The difference with Colburn, even though he made himself look guilty, there wasn't somebody who directly observed Colburn looking at the Toyota RAV4. Agree?
That's right.
Right? It was implied. However, Sawinski directly saw two people with the victim's vehicle. And when you look at all the other anecdotal evidence of that RAV4 being off the property, including Ramlow, including LeQuern, including Brian, including Blaine, right? Now, when you put all of that together, Judge Flowers may knock 1 point, but she can't knock all the ducks. It's too powerful now, right? All Sawinski has to say is, I told Sergeant Seglob that I saw Bobby Dassey. That's all doesn't matter what he wrote down. The court want to know what he told Sergeant Seglaw on November the 6th, and it should have been in a report.
Agreed. Tip sheet, something. Totally agree.
Cherie just dropped the link in the chat for the Wilson State v. Wilson that's cited in that paragraph too.
Oh,
so we can go and look at that and read that case law. Travis was suggesting that we research some of those cases.
Oh, I see it now. Okay. Yep. Yeah, we'll pull that up. Let me go ahead and pull it up now, and then we can look at it here in a minute. Okay, I've got that. I've got it up, and we can come back and look at it. Because it is interesting, and it is important. I'm sure, from a legal standpoint, from these judges, that's what they look at. These citing of case law of what's happened in the past. So, I kind of want to understand it, even though it's kind of above my pay grade. I'm not a lawyer. I mean, Travis is. He understands the importance of it. So, before we move forward, any other comments? We're good.
I just wanted to say the argument previously was you've got no proof that Sawinski called the MTSO with a tip. We now do. Notice the difference in the argument now, right? Previously, Judge Flowers or whoever can simply state, hey, he could have just made the whole thing up.
That's right.
And no one will be the wiser. You've now got document proof that he called it in on November the 6th, 1 day after the event. So the event was fresh, right? And furthermore, his voice, he identified his own voice. His ex-girlfriend identified his own voice. And all he has to do is stand in court and talk, right? To prove that it was him.
That's right.
Right? So the MTSO now is in an unenviable situation whereby someone put in a tip which is of crucial importance, right? Because they put out the posters with the description of the vehicle. It was on the news. So hence, no one can say, well, how did he know what the car looked like? It was in black and white.
Right.
So he must have seen the vehicle and thought, jeepers, I better call it in, right? And so he's done his part. Now the state has to go, jeepers, how come we didn't act on it? Or if there is a report, did they deep six it like what happened to Stephen in 1985 in that case? So are we now trying to believe that it happened to Stephen twice? Obfuscation of a critical report twice? That's unheard of, guys.
Absolutely. And I'm going to tell you, Doc, it would not surprise me in the least. I think about Gregory Allen and what they did in 2005. They knew, and they buried it.
Correct. And that was the basis of his civil suit.
That's right.
In part, the fact that he had to spend an additional 8 to 10 years sitting in prison due to the inaction by the state. And it was deliberate.
Right. On purpose. That's exactly right. Okay. Any more comments before we move on to the number 3 here? Good. Rhonda, you want to read just a little bit more now?
Well, sure.
Thank you very much.
What, on 118?
118, that's correct.
What do you know? I'm there. Okay. 3. A second Brady violation regarding Hallbox raffle. 118. Kevin Ramlow, Mr. Ramlow, came forth to Mr. Avery's current post-conviction counsel with new information in July of 2017. Mr. Ramlow provided an affidavit and supplemental affidavit to current post-conviction counsel. Because Mr. Avery's second post-conviction motion was filed in June of 2017, these affidavits were filed in Mr. Avery's motion to reconsider the Circuit Court's October 2017 ruling denying his second post-conviction motion. 119. In Mr. Ramlow's affidavits, Mr. Ramlow described observing Miss Hallbox RAV4 parked at the turnaround at State Highway 147 and the East Twin River Bridge on November 3rd and 4th, 2005. Mr. Ramlow describes in his affidavit reporting his observation to a Manitowoc Sheriff's deputy he encountered on November 4th, 2005 at the Senex station on State Highway 147 in Mishicot. No law enforcement report was ever generated by this Manitowoc Sheriff's deputy memorializing the conversation between Mr. Ramlow and this deputy. 120. Mr. Ramlow's observation of Ms. Hallbox RAV4 on November 3rd and 4th, 2005 is material to trial defense counsel's theory that evidence was planted to frame Mr. Avery. If the RAV4 was spotted at the turnaround on Highway 147 on November 3rd and 4th, 2005, then it must have been moved and planted on the Avery property before it was discovered on November 5th, 2005. Clearly, this information supports trial defense counsel's theory that the RAV4 was planted on the Avery salvage yard before it was discovered there on November 5th, 2005. Mr. Ramlow's observations on November 3rd and 4th, 2005 of the Hallbox vehicle at the turnabout off of State Highway 147 is corroborative of Mr. Sawinski's observation of the RAV4 being pushed down Avery Road, which directly intersects State Highway 147 in the early morning hours of November 5th, 2005. Both witnesses support trial defense counsel's theory that the RAV4 was planted. 121. Prosecutor Kratz admitted in his closing that the RAV4, quote, couldn't be driven into that property unless somebody knew that property, end quote. The other evidence presented by the state that the RAV4 never left the Avery property after October 31st, 2005 was Bobby's testimony that the RAV4 was still present when he left the Avery's property at 2:45 p.m. 122. Trial defense counsel had no evidence from witnesses that the RAV4 was planted and simply argued in the closing that there were, quote, lots of ways to get in and for someone to plant the vehicle, end quote. Mr. Avery is not procedurally barred from raising his Brady claim. You heard? 123. In the appellate court's July 2021 opinion, the appellate court noted that in Mr. Avery's motion for reconsideration, he raised the issue that, quote, the state withheld evidence that Hallbox's vehicle was seen on the street days after her disappearance, end quote. The appellate court declined ruling on the issue, but advised the following. Neither we nor the circuit court have squarely considered whether these claims are procedurally barred under Escalona Naranjo or whether Avery pled sufficient material facts entitling him to a hearing, although our analysis overlaps with the former inquiry. Such consideration would have to come on a separately filed Wisconsin Statute 97406 motion, and we express no opinion as to whether such claims would be barred in the event such a motion was filed. 124. Clearly, current post-conviction counsel could not have included Mr. Ramlow's affidavits in its June 7, 2017 filing on behalf of Mr. Avery, since Mr. Ramlow had not yet come forward with evidence that establishes a Brady violation. There is no way that Mr. Ramlow could have been discovered by prior defense counsel or current post-conviction counsel because no law enforcement reports were prepared about his conversation with the Manitowoc Sheriff's deputy, nor did he appear in any other law enforcement reports in the Halbach murder investigation. He had never been a customer at the Avery salvage yard, and he had no connection to the family besides being acquainted with Mr. Toddick's brother. 125. Mr. Avery was unable to discover the Brady violation with reasonable diligence prior to the filing of his second post-conviction motion in June of 2017 because Mr. Ramlow did not come forward to Mr. Avery's counsel until after June of 2017. He came forward in July of 2017. It would be impossible for Mr. Avery to have raised his Brady claim without Mr. Ramlow first coming forward to current post-conviction counsel. 126. Therefore, Mr. Avery has a sufficient reason for not raising this issue previously pursuant to Escalona Naranjo. In the alternative, Mr. Yes?
I was going to pause here if anybody wanted to make any comments before we move forward with this next section.
I just wanted to quickly say, unfortunately, I've got to go, but it's very interesting how Kathleen Zellner has approached this because it's not just the one Brady violation, it's multiple Brady violations.
It's two,
and they all complement each other, and they're all consistent with each other. But the scary thing is this, guys, the RAV4 was very close to the Avery salvage yard. So someone had dumped it very, very close. And the scary thing is this, who admitted being on Highway 147?
Two people.
Two people did. Bobby Dassey, Scott Tadich. Because remember, they said that they passed each other and they were going in opposite directions because they were going to their respective hunting grounds. And isn't it a great coincidence that the RAV4 just happened to be very close to where Scott Tadich lived? I'm not implying he did anything nefarious, but everything is localized in the one area. So that means that the RAV4 itself was not a huge distance away to bring back to the salvage yard. And it made sense to do it under the cover of darkness, right? Drive it down there. When you're very close to Avery Road, disconnect the battery, make sure nothing turns on, and push it the rest of the way. So I think the way Zellner has presented this particular filing, I believe, is very powerful. It's going to be very hard to ignore by the state. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, I agree. Anyone else have comments before we move forward with this next section? Okay. Rhonda, if you want to continue on.
In the alternative, Mr. Avery is entitled to a new trial in the interest of justice pursuant to Wisconsin Statute 80515. 127. Alternatively, Mr. Avery is entitled to a new trial in the interest of justice. If this court were to conclude that this new evidence warrants a new trial in the interest of justice, this court need not resolve whether the new evidence satisfies the test for granting a new trial based upon newly discovered evidence. 128. Wisconsin Statute 805151 establishes that the standard for granting a new trial under circumstances such as these is whether this new trial would advance the interest of justice. Quote, a party may move to set aside a verdict and for a new trial because of errors in the trial or because the verdict is contrary to law of the weight of evidence, or because of excessive or inadequate damages, or because of newly discovered evidence, or in the interest of justice, end quote. Emphasis added. 129. Courts may grant a new trial in the interest of justice whenever either 1, the real controversy was not fully tried, or 2, it is probable that justice was for any reason miscarried. State v. Hicks. In the first circumstance, when the real controversy has not been fully tried, the court may grant a new trial without considering whether the outcome would probably be different on retrial. 130. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has established that new evidence can provide the basis for a new trial in the interest of justice. In State v. Armstrong, the court ordered a new trial in the interest of justice because new DNA tests established that biological evidence asserted by the state at trial as having come from Armstrong could not have come from him. Because, quote, the jury was not given an opportunity to hear important testimony that bore on an important issue in the case, end quote. The court found that the real controversy was not fully tried and thus ordered a new trial. See also Hicks. A new trial was necessary in the interest of justice because the jury did not hear important DNA evidence and heard evidence which was later shown to be inconsistent with the DNA evidence. Similarly, in Garcia v. State, the court ordered a new trial because of the material evidence was not presented to the jury and the integrity of our system should afford a jury the opportunity to hear and evaluate the evidence. 131. As argued above, the new Sawinski and Ramlow evidence is material and needs to be presented to a jury. The evidence refutes the state's theory that there were no third-party suspects and no evidence was planted to frame Mr. Avery. The jury never heard this evidence and heard evidence that has now been refuted by this new evidence.
All right, let's pause right here just for a moment. 80515, which, we were originally waiting for all this stuff to be dropped that afternoon. I think Jean had saw this on the court system, this being 80515. We're like, what? But she explained it very well. And, it plainly says that the court, they can just order a new trial if they feel like that there was a fuck up. And not that I think that that's what's going to happen, but they can. I think that's a very interesting point. I'm not going to get off too far into 80515 because I literally, other than what I read here, I know nothing about it. So it's an interesting point. Before we move on, looks like chat is. We've been visited.
Trying to remove the bots.
Yeah, we've been visited again by more bots. My God, where are they coming from? Coming out, they're multiplying like gremlins.
Yeah. Everybody just grab one and report them, and we should. T1 and I were kind of had a moment where we were thinking that the longer we're on, the more they seem to show up.
It certainly seems that way. It's kind of.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the case, but I don't feel like it really does any good. But
Well, yeah, it's crazy.
Come out and report them. Dirty little bots.
Yeah, it looks like we're good to go. All right, continue on.
Okay. Whoops. Let me just get this last little thing. Boom. Okay. Excuse me. An evidentiary hearing is required. 132. The circuit court must hold a hearing when the defendant has made a legally sufficient post-conviction motion and has the discretion to grant or deny an evidentiary hearing, even when the post-conviction motion is legally insufficient. State v. Allen. 133. The Wisconsin Supreme Court in State v. Allen determined that a motion contains sufficient material facts for an evidentiary hearing if it includes, quote, the name of the witness, who, the reason the witness is important, why and how, and facts that can be proven, what, where, when, and would entitle a defendant to a hearing, end quote. 134. Mr. Avery has sufficiently pled the name of the witness, Mr. Sawinski, and the reason Mr. Sawinski is important. He provides evidence material and favorable to Mr. Avery by directly connecting Bobby to the Halbach murder as a third-party suspect and connecting Bobby to planting evidence to frame Mr. Avery. All corroborating materials have been identified, attached, and incorporated into this motion: affidavits, law enforcement reports, trial testimony. These corroborating materials demonstrate that Bobby is a third-party Denny suspect because he had motive, opportunity, and is directly linked to Ms. Halbach's murder. Additionally, he is a Denny suspect who is directly linked to planting evidence to frame Mr. Avery by having access to key evidence of the crime because of his possession of the Halbach vehicle. Additionally, a new Brady violation has been identified as described previously in this motion. 135. Similarly, Mr. Avery has sufficiently pled the name of the witness, Mr. Ramlow, and the reason Mr. Ramlow is important. He provided evidence material and favorable to Mr. Avery that refutes the state's theory and impeaches Bobby that the Halbach vehicle never left Avery property. Also, Mr. Ramlow describes a new Brady violation. A law enforcement report was never made of Mr. Ramlow's conversation with a Manitowoc Sheriff's deputy on November 4th, 2005, about Ramlow spotting the RAV4 in a location away from the Avery property. If trial defense counsel had had this information, they would have been able to refute the state's theory and impeach Bobby. 136. The Sawinski and Ramlow evidence would have been material and favorable to trial defense counsel because it would have undermined confidence in the verdict. Kyles v. Whitley and Youngblood v. West Virginia. Because of the suppression of this evidence, Mr. Avery did not receive a fair trial. Mr. Avery had a constitutionally guaranteed right to present a complete defense to the charges against him. Holmes v. South Carolina, State v. Pluciano, and citing Chambers v. Mississippi. 137. If this court is disinclined to believe the Sawinski or Ramlow new evidence, the court must hold a hearing before making any credibility determinations. State v. Allen. And citing State v. Littner, holding that when credibility is an issue, it is best resolved by live testimony.
Absolutely.
Live testimony. Conclusion, Mr. Avery respectfully requests that this court grant him one of the following alternate remedies. 1, order the state to file a response to the third-party motion for post-conviction relief and or grant an evidentiary hearing. 2, grant this motion for post-conviction relief by ordering a new trial. 3, grant the requested relief and grant any and all relief this court deems appropriate. And it's
excellent.
All
signatures. Yeah, this is interesting
Hey,
here.
Jack.
Yep.
Hey, Jack, can you scroll back up to 127?
Okay.
Travis doesn't like 127.
Right here. In the alternative, Mr. Avery is entitled to a new trial in the interest of justice pursuant to Wisconsin Statute 80515. Alternatively, Mr. Avery is entitled to a new trial. And Mr. Justice, if this court were to conclude this new evidence warrants a new trial in the interest of justice, this court need not resolve whether the new evidence satisfies the test for granting a new trial based upon newly discovered evidence. See what he's not liking. Did he say why he's not liking?
Let's see. He said she's flat out wrong. That's not the law in Wisconsin. She has been told over and over and over again this part does not apply to this type of proceeding. So I think it has something to do with the 80515.
Because it's civil. It's civil. Yeah, I think that's a civil aspect. Hopefully Travis can tell me if I'm wrong.
That's what Tracy said. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
Yeah. Well, if Tracy and Travis are saying it, then I guess I don't like it either.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you because they're lawyers and I'm not.
Yeah.
She's the one who pointed that out to me before the court ruled.
Tracy did.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Why in the hell is Kathleen using that? I don't understand.
Yeah, I'm not sure why she pulled that in. That's like I said, when we, if you guys remember, we were on and, we found out that it was a civil statute. Just like, what the hell, man? I not being lawyers, we just could not understand it. Maybe a lawyer can help us understand why she's trying to use it, whether it's allowed or not. That would probably be the next best thing.
Travis says it's a total waste of time.
Okay. Hey, before we get into the exhibits, let me get over here just a second. I think this was
yeah. I was going to say, we all love KZ and we have a lot of faith and trust in her, but it also comes back to she's the same one that dismissed that original 97406, which created the entire procedural bar problem. So, she's most certainly not perfect. And that was a pretty massive mistake. I hope this isn't going to fall into that same category.
I hope not.
Well, it's separate from her other arguments, so
Well, we know how the state loves to single out, little tiny pieces and make a huge mountain out of them.
Yeah. Absolutely. I pulled up State v. Wilson. This is one of the this is the that Cherie got us, and it's I'm not going to read through all this because it's probably pretty long. I don't know, and I've never read the citation. I've probably read through a little bit of it, but Cherie, if you want to talk about this a little bit, you're more than welcome to. If not, I can read a little bit of this top part. But otherwise, you get what you pay for with me. I'm like Big Jeff. I'm not a lawyer, so.
I haven't read it either, the whole case. It's just, I just know what, she said in the brief about, or in the motion about that even if the state has all this overwhelming physical evidence, they should still, that doesn't mean they shouldn't listen to this.
Right.
The defense's side.
Still should be deserving of a. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like this is definitely a Wisconsin case. I see J.B. Van Hollen's name into it. So okay. Well, I'll once we're done, I'll link this in the description because this one, State v. Wilson, she cites it quite a bit actually. So okay, let's get back over this and get back over to the exhibits. Yeah. Group A1 and A2. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying I remember we looked at these the first time too. Yeah, I forgot about this.
Yeah, the exhibits, and this one is a DCI report, number 84. It's an interview with Brad. And I think this is where Brad describes, his conversation with these agents. He said that Bobby had told him that Teresa left. That's why she included it. I haven't highlighted this one. This was June 6th at looks like in the afternoon, 2:00. So, and I guess he instructed them, that you probably should go ahead and talk with Bobby because he's saying that she left the property. He could see Avery couldn't have killed her.
No, this one's about the computer. Remember when Barb went to Brad asking him how to basically get rid of the stuff on the computer, how to wipe it?
Is that what this one's about?
Yeah.
Slide that over there. Okay. Well, we can read through some of this. Tuesday, June 6th at 2:04 p.m. Special Agent Fassbender, Investigator Mark Wiegert of the Calumet County Sheriff's Department interviewed Brad Dassey. Investigators made contact with Dassey at his residence. The investigators identified themselves to Dassey, and Dassey agreed to answer questions and be accompanied by the investigators to Investigator Wiegert's vehicle where the interview took place. Dassey advised he is the half-brothers of Brendan and stated that his father, Pete Dassey, is their common father. Dassey confirmed that he had contacted the district attorney regarding Bob Yonda having contacted him about reformatting the computer hard drive. That's right. You're correct, Supper. Dassey advised that Yonda had contacted him asking him if everything is gone from a hard drive when it is reformatted. Dassey advised that Yonda actually had someone else reformat it, but Dassey advised he did not know who did it. Dassey advised that the other person reformatted her computer hard drive for something like $15, and she didn't think he knew what he was doing. Dassey advised, according to Yonda, investigators came out and took her computer about a week after she had it reformatted. Dassey advised that Yonda told him about the investigators taking the computer approximately 1 week after they had taken the computer. Dassey advised that Yonda did not tell him what was on her computer. Dassey told investigators that he wrote a letter to the hall box. Yeah, you remember that? That's why they included that in here. That's in this part of this report. We couldn't figure out why. Dassey advised both he and Brendan. He told Brendan about the letter he wrote just this past Sunday. Dassey advised that Yonda also saw the letter. Dassey also provided a copy of the letter he wrote. In the letter, Dassey essentially expressed his sympathy to them for the loss of Teresa and wrote a prayer for them. In the letter, he wrote that he is not like Brendan, Yonda, or Stephen Avery. What the? Okay. Prior to concluding, it is. Prior to concluding the interview, Special Agent Fassbender provided Dassey with his business card. The interview was concluded at 2:18 p.m. Susan, can you read the rest of the voices going?
Sure. At approximately 2:34 p.m., Fassbender received a telephone call from Dassey. Dassey advised that he had spoken with Yonda to try and find out who reformatted her computer hard drive. Dassey advised he told him that Michael J. Cornelli gave her phone numbers of individuals to contact, and that Cornelli knows who the individual was. Dassey advised that after concluding his call with Yonda, Yonda called back and asked why he wanted to know. At approximately 3:01 p.m., Dassey again telephoned Fassbender. Dassey advised that he had contacted Cornelli, who said that he referred Yonda to Milwaukee PC. I recall reading that before.
I'm sure I have, but it's a long time since I read the entire thing. And this is the letter, apparently, and it's all gummed up. This is the letter of apology or sympathy letter he wrote to the highlight. That's the prayer. and we can read a little bit of this here. I was very afraid to contact you, all about family, due to the fact that I'm indeed a Dassey through marriage. My real mom and my real dad were never married, so all my Dassey brothers are half brothers. Far beyond that is my step mom. Pete Dassey is my real dad, and then I can't read the rest. It's all screwed up. Anyway, and then this next one is Fassbender's report on the computer. This is when he got the Valley CD. As we can see here, it's dated. Report date is 12/7/2006. You know, and what's so fucked up about this? He got this damn Valley CD final report on the Dassey computer on May 11th, 2006. So I've raised so much hell about it. I see red almost when I see the report. We talked about it quite a bit the other night too. You know, he goes into quite a bit. I'm not going to read this one because I think it is several pages long, but nonetheless, you can read it. It's available. It's in the library. You know, he goes on and talks about everything that was found on this hard drive that Valley found and detailed in that report, and he did nothing. And we're talking about some of the stuff was days old, weeks old, and even just a few months old. The things that very possibly could have been illegal, you know. And he did nothing with it. And you got to wonder to yourself, by this time, you know, let's just say, you know, mid-May 2006, they already kind of formed their game plan, had a pretty tight handle around what they're going to do. I have to wonder, you know, and was this used against, you know, compromising Bobby? I have to wonder. I can't get around it. That looks like Doc had to go. Okay, yeah, he's got something to take care of, so hopefully he'll be back. Rhonda, you have a comment about this? Because I can't. Rhonda, if you're talking, I can't hear you.
You can't hear me because nobody ever says that to me.
I shocked you, huh? Well, you know, he goes on to detail, you know, he found these instant messages. You know, this goes off into another part of the case that you know, and not to complicate and add more crap to what we're already know, but this goes off into where I see read about Candy implicating Brendan and getting him reeled in, because these statements that Kayla made to a school counselor, I have to tell you guys, I fully believe that this was initiated by her and pushed at home. And then it came out in this statement to this counselor. Well, boom, the counselor, boom, they got a line to the cops, you know, and say, hey, you need to come talk to this girl. She's made some weird statements here. You need to come talk to her. So anyway, I'm not going to get off into that because I'll just get pissed off. I'll have to break another one of Dr. Silkman's iPad. But then, you know, he goes on and details all the stuff that was found, and again, did nothing. And this CD was buried in his, you know, foot locker somewhere for 12 years.
Yeah.
And then Exhibit B, this. Yep, go ahead.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
Did Jerry have this report?
As far as I know, yeah. As far as I know, this is a DCI report 304. As far as I know, they did have it. Best of my knowledge, I have to go back and look at the email trail. But you know, if you look at the Crash Discovery email, it's weird about some of these reports. there are days and even weeks after the fact that they didn't get sent. I'm going to say they did have it.
The last two paragraphs, pretty much, I mean, are pretty damning about the Bailey CD.
They are. Yeah, they really are.
And it says Fassbender has it.
That's right. And, you know, knowing that he should have turned it over, and that leads off into another conversation. Did he realize the importance of that CD and decide to keep it? And, you know, it's not really mentioned here, but there's a 2,400 page report that disappeared as well. We don't have that either. And I'm not sure that it may be in the, we need yours. That may be in the ledgers, but I don't think it is. I think that 2,400 page report is gone with the dodo. I don't know. So anyway, Exhibit B. This is the affidavit of Stephen Kirby. And this one is about telling giving his background here. Worked with where he's worked with KZ on numerous cases in the past. February 16th.
About Osmondson. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, Susan, if you want to read this, I got something to drink and it helped my voice, but we read number 3 on. We'll read a little bit of this one.
Okay, number 3. On February 16, 2022, your affiant interviewed Michael Osmondson outside of his residence at 955 Main Street, Mishicot. Jim Kirby was also present and witnessed the interview and Osmondson's responses. Your affiant asked him if he ever helped Bobby Dassey push a car down the road leading to the Avery salvage yard. He replied, "I don't recall." Your affiant then asked him if, by saying he didn't recall, if in fact he could have helped Dassey push a car down that road in November of 2005, but just forgot if he did. He replied, "I don't remember." At the conclusion of the interview, your affiant told him that your affiant wanted to be sure that he was not denying ever pushing a car with Dassey toward the Avery property, but that he just couldn't recall if he did or did not. For the third time, he replied, "I don't recall."
I got to tell you, again, I did not remember something like that. I just don't. That's a bad answer. That's a really bad answer.
Yeah.
Here, go ahead and read number 5 there if you want.
About the phone calls.
Yep.
In regard to the phone calls on October 31, 2005, to and from Bobby Dassey's phone number, he said he didn't recall making or receiving calls from Dassey that morning. When he was shown the printout of the messages of the message units, he said that this was his number in 2005 and recognized Bobby Dassey's number. He stated that the early morning call could have been about hunting, but he didn't know for sure. When asked if he went hunting with Bobby that day, he said that he didn't, as he took his brother trick-or-treating. When asked about the multiple calls to and from Bobby Dassey between 3:56 and 6:02 p.m. on 10/31, he said that he couldn't explain them other than that Bobby often doesn't answer his phone.
Yeah, we need to find out the length of those calls because I really don't know if they're, a minute, then that could be just nothing.
Yeah.
And then Exhibit C. This is about the public records request. We won't read through all that because Zellner already covered it in her affidavit.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we talked about this a little bit before. 4201 and 4202. We got that was the original calls that Ricky got way back in 2018. So we don't need to recover that ground.
I agree.
Then Exhibit D. Yeah, this gets into, and I explained this before. Let me turn this the proper way here. I explained this to some folks before. Oops. If you look at all these, and it's really blurry, I can zoom it in, but it's just going to blur out. But if you look at these are the calls as they appeared. These are like WAV files, audio files, and this is how they appeared on the CDs, DVDs, whatever. And as you can see, some of them are you get when it is. Some of them are a range. There are some even that don't even have that. And the only way we could detail them was November 3rd to November 12th because we didn't know what day or anything it was. It was another call. So
she circled Sawinski's call there.
That's right. This one here is highlighted. This is clearly calls that have been dumped into a folder.
November 6th.
That's right. Let me zoom this in. I hope it don't blur out too bad. But you can see it there's 2005, 1106, 2238. And
yep.
and you can see some of the other ones up here, 2005, 11/6, some of the other ones as well. So that's what that is. And that's how they appeared to us, So that's what that is. And I'll fix this. Exhibit E. And this is the affidavit of Devin Novak.
Devin.
Yeah, Devin.
Tom's girlfriend.
That's right. And if Susan, if you want to read through this, starting at number 3, you don't have to read all that other stuff. She resided in Manitowoc for 17 years, so start at number 3.
In 2005, I was in a relationship with Tom Sawinski and residing with Tom Sawinski and his son in Manitowoc. 4. Around the time that it became known that Teresa Halbach was missing, Thomas Sawinski provided me with information of an unusual nature relating to the case. One morning, after his paper delivery, during the week that Ms. Halbach disappeared, Mr. Sawinski told me the following event had occurred. He'd been delivering papers and he saw 2 men pushing a car down a road. The men gave him dirty looks. Later, while watching the news, Mr. Sawinski saw Ms. Halbach's car and realized it was the same car that the men were pushing down a road. Number 5. Sawinski reported what he told me about the incident to the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department. I know that, he called them, because either I was there when he reported it or he reported making the call to me immediately after making the call. Number 6. On August 6, 2022, I spoke to Stephen Kirby, an investigator on behalf of Stephen Avery. Mr. Kirby asked me to listen to a voicemail recording of a call between a woman named Carla from Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department and a male calling in to speak to someone about the Teresa Halbach case. Mr. Kirby asked me if I recognized the voice of the male on the phone in the recorded call, and I recognized that the male in the call was Thomas Sawinski. Nothing has been promised or given to me in exchange for this affidavit.
There you go. That gives a little more credence to Mr. Sawinski's statement, his affidavit.
And also that he told her about it at that time, and that, she either was there when he made the call or he told her about it right afterward.
Right. So she was probably been there and just doing something, and then Yep. That gives him a little more credence to what he said he did.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Not only that, though, she's gave a name of somebody that she spoke to at the sheriff's officer. So if Kathleen can go back on employment records in 2005 and actually find out if there was a dispatcher called Carol or Carla or whoever it was that
Carla.
contacted, then that's proof as well.
She
Because
says it on the call, Alice. She
Yeah.
said, "This is Carla," or whatever.
Yep.
Does she get a call?
That's in the recording, yeah.
Yeah, it's in the recording.
So, I mean, that's her backing that story up as well, you know what I mean?
Well, you know, and if there was if a hearing does get granted, it's possible, even probable that this person would be called to testify. But I'm sure, you know, they get thousands of calls, or she's probably going to be like, I don't know, probably, you know.
Yeah, and her part is not that important. I mean, it's documented in that call, so
yeah,
you know, it speaks for itself.
Yep, that's right. And then the transcript of the call, I won't read through that. Very little of it anyway. Exhibit F. And this is, of course, the affidavit of Sawinski. We've read this before. I'm not going to read through it again. It's pointless.
Yeah.
We know what it says.
We do.
And these are doubled up. I don't know why that is. I think we talked about it before, that this is the same, going into the same stuff as this is
Then you have Sawinski's email to.
Well, this is Sawinski's affidavit again. It just looks different.
I'm looking at his email to Kathleen, January 7, 2016. Or he sent it to Kirby, rather.
Yeah. And of course, this is the overhead. I'm guessing this is they used this to have him draw where he was and where he saw this event take place on this map. Of course, we can't see anything from it. It's such a bad copy, but you can see that he signed it. So I'm sure that's what that is. Exhibit, yeah, you did. Exhibit B, you're talking about the email.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what that is. Again, we've read through this before. There's no need to print it again. We know what it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
And again, this is a repeat. Exhibits Group C.
Group G?
G, I mean, yeah.
G.
And this is the affidavit of Dean String, basically saying that I reviewed Mr. Buting's affidavit August 11, 2022. My recollection and understanding comports with his as to everything that he addresses in his affidavit with the scope of my personal knowledge. I agree with and confirm his affidavit. And that's the 12th of August. Same thing. The affidavit of Jerry Buting. Basically, I think he's saying in this they didn't have the recording. I think actually we're going to get to here just in a moment. We're going to get to the facts that they sent. Says they received a CD-ROM with purported to contain all Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department dispatch calls related to the investigation, Halbach investigation, covering the period of November 3rd, 2005 through November 12th, 2005. That CD-ROM at some point turned over to Mr. Avery's successor counsel. I have recently reviewed the handwriting on that copy. We talked about this last week. I'm not going to repeat it. Basically, the CD-ROM, though, he recognizes his handwriting on that CD-ROM.
Yeah.
Yeah, they gave him 30 calls. It's a joke, man. I'm going to get on down to this fact. This is the fact I think they sent to Dassey. It is July 20. You can see it's dated July 24th, 2006. And this is a couple of weeks before this August 9th or whatever early August 2006 hearing, where Remaker spilled the beans that, yes, he had listened to some dispatch calls to refresh his memory. And they had just asked for all this, audio tape copies, dispatch other communications relevant to law enforcement operations involved in the search for investigation of Teresa Halbach's disappearance for a period of time, November 3 through 2005 through November 12. And they didn't get it. They just absolutely did not get it. And they had it. That whole thing got turned into. There's a copy, well, minus what I'm being told, minus the 2 Discovery DVDs that was turned over to, it's in the queso ledgers. And I think that got stuck into the ledgers in May of 2007 after the trials were complete. So they did ask for everything and they didn't get it. So they withheld it.
Yep.
That's proof right there. And he's talking about all these things that he wants. There's a number of things actually that's kind of interesting. I should have looked at this before I sent off this last open records request. Maybe I'll go back and read a look. Yeah, good idea. Another rabbit hole for me to jump in.
Read number 7 there. Another copy of the audio tape interview of Brendan Dassey from February 27, 2006. The CD previously provided of this recording cannot be read by any computer in Dean or my offices, so I assume it's just a defective bum.
Actually, they did make another copy of this, and I requested both on this last open record request. I requested both. Oops. And then these may be repeats. I don't know. This is DCI Report 284. Yeah, it's an interview with Brad. I guess it's the exact same thing.
I think they're all.
I think the rest of these are
now.
Yeah, they're repeated. I'm not gonna do those. So, all right.
Yeah.
So there we are.
Well, I have hope. I have more hope than I did.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I completely agree. I think she, as Doc said, and in Cybercop, she took a laser focus to this. I saw that right away. I think we all did as we read through it. She's very focused, very directed. She followed what the Court of Appeals told her that she needed to do. She's tied the loose ends up, and brought Bobby directly as a Denny suspect. That probably would have made a difference if this evidence had been presented at trial. Would the jury have said, what's going on here? We got this guy saying that he saw Bobby and some other guy pushing a vehicle at middle of the night, on the morning of the 5th. What the hell's going on?
Yeah.
I definitely think it would have made a difference. Looks like the chat has quieted down, so we've kept everybody here for 4 hours and 20 minutes. I apologize for that, but I wanted to get through it. This doesn't preclude us talking about this again at some point if somebody has an idea, but I think we've hit the high points really well. I want to thank Travis for obviously being here and helping us do some of the legal stuff, and Cherie as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It helps us to understand the importance of how this is important to the court. That's what matters. We can read this stuff all day long and say, "Man, this looks great," but it really what comes down to is what's going to do with it. Uh-oh. Something about a 420 going on here.
We've been going 420, right? 4 hours, 20 minutes.
Yeah, 4 hours. Yeah, it's counting. Yeah, in 5 seconds it'll be 4 hours and 20 minutes. It's 420. 420 anywhere, right?
I have zero faith in sucks at this, but I have a lot more faith in the appeals court, which means it could take for freaking ever to get anywhere with this, but it is what it is.
Yep, I agree. It does seem to take a long time. Anyway, we have been here a long time, and it is a Thursday night. I know people have to work tomorrow, so. And I don't know about you. I don't know about you, Susan. I mean, it's 10:20, 10:34, 10:34, 10:24 here. I haven't eaten yet, so it's going to be a really late dinner for me.
So
you're
starving.
Hungry? Yeah, you're hungry. Yeah, I've got a big double cheeseburger and some onion rings waiting for me.
Oh, shut up, Jen.
And a big Mexican Coke.
It's 3:30 in the morning here.
See, you're the trooper. I gotta buy you a beer. We gotta buy you a beer, Alice. My God.
Still.
Looks like Rhonda said she needed to go. So yeah, she's starving too. So yep. Well, I'm gonna say thanks to everyone. Thanks to my readers for going through this again. Doc and Sour Cop and everyone that's commented in the live chat. Cherie for looking up some of this legal stuff and helping us. Travis, again, thanks for coming along and helping us. A lot of great conversation, and we'll just see what happens, guys. I did mention that I'd sent off this FOIA. There's automatic 10-day wait before they'll really do much of anything with it. So I don't expect anything for a while. Like there's 25 items on it. What's that?
Sorry, Jack. It's my Friday now, so happy birthday, Phil Play. Happy birthday to you.
You'll make Zoe cry.
3 years old.
Yep.
Yeah, 3 years old.
That's right. Again, as you said earlier, big thanks to people that follow along with us, and I know we try to get as much good information out there as we can, and we're going to continue to do that. With that said, if nobody has anything else, we'll save the rest we'll see what we'll do for open mic on Sunday. Probably going to go back to the depositions because we've still got several of those to get through. Some really good information. Will contain within those that's worthy of discussion. So unless someone has anything else, I'm going to get over here and get us out of here. Folks, if you like and appreciate what we do or whatever, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell for any new stuff coming along. We got this reading with the crew coming up on Saturday at 5 Central. So look forward to that. I'm sure it's going to be scheduled here in the next day or so. We'll get that scheduled so everybody will see it. Should be a lot of fun. With that said, this has been a Foul Play production.
Because I said, what time is our open mic?
The open mic, if it's on Sunday, will be the same time, 5 p.m. Central.
Okay. Thank you.
You betcha. All righty, folks. We'll catch you next time. This has been a Foul Play production.